Hello, friends. Welcome to the first
Hello.
sprint of 2025. So
Woohoo!
exciting. And we have Amy with us today, which I feel like Amy has not been seen on this channel in months.
A long
So,
time.
how are
Mhm.
you, Amy? Good?
I am great. I'm good. I'm good.
So, if
I'm
you
excited.
if you're new here, because I feel like there's always people that don't say anything, they just lurk, which is totally fine. Like, I'm not asking you to come out of the woodwork or anything. But if there are new people, because there's already 22 people on this live, I've never seen a live jump so quickly. If you're new to 24 Hour Sprints, you've never done this before, this is a thing that I do monthly on my channel. We did skip November and December, which December gets skipped every year anyway, just because there's a lot going on. There's like Christmas and like New Year's, and just there's too much. Ari's home from school, you know what I mean? It's a lot. But this last year we did also skip November just for my own personal reasons. But we go for 24 hours. We will jump from one channel to the next. There is a schedule up on my community tab. There's also a playlist over there. So if you click on this stream, you'll have to like reload it, but it will take you through the playlist as you go. So you don't have to like hunt down the next stream. I started doing that last year because not all of us have enough subscribers yet to do the teleport transport thingy. Yeah, so we just hang out, we read, or whatever productivity you need to do for the next 24 hours. If you want to do nothing, if you want to just stare at us on the computer screen, that's cool too. It's whatever you want to do for 24 hours, because I can promise you I will not be reading for 24 hours. I will be making a 24-hour vlog, but I probably will not read the entire time. So I am reading Shadow and Bone. This book needs to get done quickly. Oh, here's Margaret. Hold on. Let me turn off. I have to make the other overlay. So we're just gonna get rid of that for a second. Hold on, Margaret. Hi, Margaret. How are you? You're muted, ma'am.
Yeah, I was just in case you put me on and I didn't realize because I'm knitting, which means I'm cussing at things.
Listen,
We were doing so well and then I screwed it up and I don't like this is just one of my things that I'm using to learn different stitches. So like I don't mind restarting it. But we were doing so well and then I screwed something up and now I've restarted this stupid washcloth like 4 times. So
I mean, sometimes that happens, Margaret. It's okay. It's all right.
I know it's okay, but it doesn't make me any less angry. Also, this looks like ramen noodles.
It does.
It does. Okay,
It
so
does. It does.
before Margaret came in, I was talking about, okay, I'm reading Shadow and Bone. Okay. If this book is not done by the end of the 24 hours, someone needs to scream at me. Margaret, you scream at me. Be like, what the hell are you doing? Because this
What the fuck are you doing, Neva?
needs to get done. Because it is for a vlog. Well, okay, it is for a vlog, but it also, so it knocks out the first spin for KU Clean Out, which if you haven't watched that on my channel, every month I'll be doing a vlog where I use a spinner wheel to read down my Kindle Unlimited library, because last year, did I use Kindle Unlimited? Absolutely I did, but I also returned more books than I actually read. So that's so I can't return the books that are in my KU until I have either read them, decided I'm not reading them at all, so they come off my TBR completely, or I try to read them in IDNF.
Yeah.
So we did KU Clean Out because that will keep me accountable.
Understandable. Listen,
people expect a vlog every month. They'll be like, "Hey, girl, you didn't do a KU Clean Out vlog this month."
That is not a long book, Neva, to be fully honest with you, as someone who's read it a couple of times. And I have you for 6 hours tomorrow, potentially. So.
That's true. And here's the thing. This book is 300 pages. It's like,
yeah,
like really this book, listen, now I do have like the Target edition of it. So it has like a whole bunch of extra crap in the back, you know, like an interview and stuff. But like, we're not having those as like
pages. You don't need those.
good God, as like pages to read. Like this much of the book is just extra content. But this book is only, with the acknowledgments, it's only 358 pages. This is a less than 400 page book. There is no reason that I should still be reading this 2 weeks after I started it.
Absolutely no reason. Well, I mean, there is a reason that might be a sign.
And well, here's the thing. I'm only on chapter 5, but the thing is when I pick this book up, I read a bunch of it. Yeah. But I think that I'm not in a reading fantasy with my eyeballs era. I think that so I do have the audiobook for this, but I was trying to do KU clean out with no audio, which why I would punish myself this way.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
Because I was like, here's my philosophy. Some of my KU books I know do not have audios. Like there's no audio that exists. Or they're only through Audible. And I'm not willing to buy random KU books through Audible. Unless I know for a fact that like this is a book I will reread or I would actually like. So
right, but if you have access to the audiobook for free.
Right. But then I was like, girl, you own the audio for Shadow and Bone. Like, what are you doing?
Neva.
Then you're just punishing yourself for
like
no
reason. Like I own this
all.
entire like the entire Grishaverse I own as audiobooks because I bought the entire Grishaverse and then from Target and then went into Audible and was like, I'll just purchase all of them. So I have the audios too. So like I'm just being stupid at this point. So
look at me. If it gets the book off of your Kindle, who cares what format you read it in?
Right. And I do have a second KU book that I already spun for because I was like, okay, you need to have a book on your Kindle because I always need a book on my Kindle. So The Perfect Marriage, but that one I can read quickly. Like it's a Geneva Rose thriller. Like it's not going to take me any time to read that.
Yeah.
But I was like, you're really just like shooting yourself in the foot by just not listening to the audiobook. Like what a stupid decision I made. So I will be listening to this as an audiobook.
Imagine me that bitch.
Because I do like the narrator too. Like she sounds nice. So yeah, that's my debacle. But if this is not done in 24 hours.
How far are you?
I'm on chapter 5. So page 70. Chapter 5 starts on page 74. But the thing is like I listen at 2 times speed. So it should not take. The book itself on my Kindle said it would only take me 5 hours to read this book. It should not take me 2 weeks.
It's a 300 page. It's not a lot. They're not long books to read, to be honest. And they are very like once you get into them, like you really want to like continue on because they are fascinating books.
I think
I've been doing this wrong the entire time.
Plus, if you read and listen at the same time, you can speed it up even more.
There is that too. And also like I can color or I can go downstairs and diamond paint while I listen. And then I'm like really just like immersed. And here's the thing. I don't like world building. That's so stupid because I love fantasy, but I don't like an abundance of like info dumpy world building. Like I prefer it to be, this doesn't happen very often, but I prefer it to be like sprinkled to me as I need it. So I think the first like 2.5 chapters of this book, I just didn't really care because they were building the world and the characters for us. But then like once I met the characters and everything, like I do like the characters. So it's just because I'm a weird fantasy reader. It's fine.
It's complicated with that series because, and I think people who read the series miss this, and that's why they don't like how the series ends. But in my opinion, as someone who's read it multiple times, I feel like it is important to get that development and that world building, especially with Alina and like her motivations and her goals.
Yeah.
For the ending of the series to make sense. Because otherwise, the ending of the series, you're going, what the heck? Why do we make that decision? Whereas if you think about the prologue that starts the freaking series, suddenly you're like, oh, it makes perfect sense that this is what happened. Because it's what she wanted it from the get-go. Anyways.
What is my computer doing? Anyways. I'm trying to click on comments, but it's not working. So we'll just give it a second.
I don't have my pattern with me. Why didn't I not bring the pattern?
Am I still here for y'all?
Yes.
Okay, my computer's being so dumb. If I like disappear, don't worry, I'll come back. Okay.
I hear you.
But it's being really dumb. Okay, Amy, what are you reading? I am gonna make a new graphic in the first sprint, so
Okay, so I am reading a Christmas carryover, Once Upon a December by Amy E. Reichert. I started this, but then I got distracted by all my book club books, so I had to put it aside. But I was enjoying it, but then I had to put it aside, and then I was really enjoying it, and then I had to put it. Like it's a whole thing. So I'm finally getting back to this, and I want to finish.
Yeah.
That's fair. And honestly, it's cold and wintry, so Christmas is still fine if you want. If that's
Yeah,
what you
I mean, I'd rather, if I'm going to be this cold, I'd rather it be because Christmas is coming. So
want. Right.
here we go.
Margaret,
But
what are
it takes
you?
place in Wisconsin, so that's always something
We
I
love
look
that.
for.
I am currently and hopefully will be done by the time this is over. Currently reading Innocent Mage by Karen Miller. Okay, interesting tagline there. This is a like secondary world fantasy. It's giving me vibes. Like we're dealing with like a weatherworking magic in here. It's giving me Farseer vibes. With less world building but better character development, in my opinion. So
Wonderful. Okay, I'm just clicking through the hellos, and then I'll go back up and I'll actually read what everybody's reading.
yeah.
Hi to Margaret. I'm saying hello. Okay, I think that's all the hellos. So we're gonna go back up to the top. There's just like a lot of people in here already. So which like we love. Okay, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
Like it's a wonderful problem to have.
Nice.
Hello to Jen. She's reading Onyx Storm. I feel like we're gonna have a lot of people in the comments reading Onyx Storm. I am not reading Onyx Storm. I'm debating whether I'm going to read. Hold on. What's the issue? Okay, sorry. I hear children downstairs arguing with each other, the 16-year-old and the 7-year-old. Anyhow, the 16-year-old is my brother, by the way. I am trying to listen, y'all are really making me want to read Onyx Storm, but there's something fun coming soon that I can't talk about right now. It's a surprise. But I have to I'm going to listen to like the Onyx Storm, like the playlist that Rebecca Yaros made, the like Rebecca's version playlist. And then we'll see if I'm gonna. I don't know. I didn't like Fourth Wing. That's the thing. I gave Fourth Wing
to yourself
3 stars, and then Brianna was like, "I liked Iron Flame more," and I'm like, oh. But I don't even own Iron Flame. I'd have to like borrow it from the library. Hello, Lexi, reading the Bane Chronicles. Wonderful. Yeah, Brittany told me the same thing, Margaret. She was like, just don't do it. She's like, it's just the FOMO talking.
Yeah, that is. I feel like that is a big one because I'm getting FOMO, and you know how
I'm like, do I read this book so I can also be destroyed, but like emotionally destroyed? But then I'm like, but what if I'm not emotionally destroyed? Because I wasn't for Fourth Wing, and so many people ate that book up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are going to be tell-all videos coming out very soon. I know for a fact that one is in the works, but you didn't hear that from me.
I know nothing. Hello, Brianna, listening to Reign of Shadows and Endings and Crocheting because I have a headache. Headaches are the worst. I had one yesterday. I hope that you feel better soon.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
We're so excited to see you, Chrissy. Hello, Bonnie, doing homework for a database class and hope to read Station 11 at some point. Wonderful.
Nice.
I have clicked all of the hellos, like just the regular hellos, so awesome. Julie, hello, hoping to finish A Natural History of Dragons tonight. Wonderful. We'll be seeing Julie and Jess tomorrow for their segments, which is so fun. Chrissy's rereading Lessons in Chemistry because I read it back in 2022 and I have a book club meeting to discuss it on Sunday, so listening to the audiobook is a refresher. This is a book that's been on my TBR for 25 years and I have not read it.
25 years.
I feel like maybe 15 is more accurate.
And then fact, I
Wait,
borrowed
You,
this
it's
last
been on your TBR since it was set.
right. So also,
Definitely
I
didn't come
borrowed
out when I was 12. I know that much, but it feels like it's been out forever and I've been meaning to read it forever.
here's the thing. I'm pretty sure Lessons in Chemistry came out in like 2022.
I believe that's right.
Because
it wasn't.
I borrowed
It
it
was either 2022 or 2023 because it was
Because
the Barnes and Noble like.
because I will say that the large print version of this book came out last year because it was on the new and notable shelf at my library, and my library is very good about being on top of the new and notable.
I want to say it was 2023 because I remember it being the Goodreads winner when I
It
did
could be.
my Goodreads fantasy video.
Yeah. So I borrowed this book last year from the library and then never read it. Like I borrowed it physically from the library. So it was sitting in my face and then returned it 2 weeks later, and I hadn't even opened the damn thing.
I thought you were going to say and never returned it.
No, I did return it, but I never opened it. That much I do know.
Oh, it has to be
I
2023,
remember
2022 because it was read in 2022. So yeah, 2022.
Hello, Steph. I'll be eating dinner for Sprint and then choosing my next food. I do have to make myself some dinner. It was fun for yourself night, so Ari had cereal, so I have to go downstairs and actually make myself some food. But no idea what to read after finishing Onyx Storm. Michaela is also hoping to read some Onyx Storm. Chrissy is having Chinese food. Delicious. Glenda is reading more than one book. So The Dire Maestro, A Shadow Crown, and How to Fall in Love in a Time of Unnameable Disaster. Wonderful. I could do this. I could immersion read if people can leave me alone. Here's the problem with immersion reading is everybody thinks that I have a book in my hand. Everybody's like, let's talk to mom.
We did not talk to mom if there was a book in her hand.
Like, first of all, why you see me reading?
Yeah. My mom, so it took a while, but my mom would do the thing where she'd be like, I will talk to you when I'm done this chapter. And then me being my little introverted self, be like, okay, bye.
Right. I mean, sometimes I will look at it and be like, I will like huff, like, especially when I'm listening to an audiobook, I will like make a really dramatic showing of like taking my AirPod out and pausing the book and then being like, what can I do for you?
Girl, you gotta be more direct than that.
Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Clearly you see me. Great. I'll be listening to The Gardens of Eden by Rosie Lee, 30%. Wonderful. Help. Okay, hold on. My comments are being so weird.
Jess, how did she get through school then?
We will give my computer a moment to relax.
Yeah.
Oh, computers, joy.
I don't know exactly what it's doing. Like, do you have too many tabs open? Are you overloaded? Like, what is your problem? Okay. There we go. Okay. Hello, Gina Marie. About halfway through Ruthless Vows. I hope you're loving this book. I read this at the end of last year. I read it in my bucket list-a-thon vlog, 24-hour challenge, and I gave it 6 stars. This duology for me, 6 stars. So good. I love it.
Is that Divine Rivals?
Yeah, it's the
second book.
Divine Rivals. Conclusion.
Yes, the conclusion. Honestly, I understand why people didn't like Ruthless Vows if you went into Ruthless Vows thinking that you were getting a romantasy, because you don't.
No, it's not. It's
Divine Rivals is romantasy. Ruthless Vows is fantasy. Wouldn't even call it fantasy romance because
no, it's like an alternate. It's World War I fantasy basically.
Yeah, but and I wouldn't even say that it's fantasy because some people were like, well, it's fantasy romance. And I was like, I don't think so, though, because they are separated through most of the book.
I would say, but they are still spoilers, but there is still a connection there. And there is
there is, of course. What?
It's kind of the situation where you have, you know how people who are into the Percy Jackson series will be like, oh, Titan's Curse is the most Perkabeth book ever, even though they have almost zero interaction. So like I
think
understood
that's
why
true.
people would call it fantasy romance, but I
It's
do
just
feel that
definitely not. It's not what Divine Rivals was.
Yeah.
like
I do
it's
feel
way
like
more fantasy heavy than Divine Rivals.
Rebecca Ross's books get labeled as romantasy often when it's very clear that like the romance is in service to the primary plot, which is the fantasy plot, right?
Mhm.
So I think that like if you look at the series as a whole, it's a fantasy series with a romance subplot because it is very much a subplot, even in the first book. So
Yeah.
the war is the main plot.
Hillary has 45 pages left in Caliban's War. I think I can get it done in 2 sprints. Wonderful. Hello, Sadia. Fortunately, I had to work today, but I thought I would come in and say hi. I may reappear later after work. We will be here somewhere on the internet. Hello, Beth. I DNF'd a book everyone loved last year, and now I don't know what I want to read / even like in books anymore.
I want to know what book was DNF.
Yes, so tell us what book
feel
you DNF'd. I would love to know.
You will get no judgment
Because
from me.
I DNF'd a book
None
that
from
I
me.
have seen a lot of people like this year, and that they were reading it last year, I think. But my first DNF of the year was We Used to Live Here, and I wanted to love that book, and I didn't. So I DNF'd it at 55%.
I am a
Ooh,
notorious hater of books that everyone loves. So you will get no guff from me, Beth.
Jess has got quite a few chores. I've got quite a few chores tonight, but I do plan to also work on reading my Arc of a Killing Cold by Kate Alice Marshall. Wonderful. And Lessons in Chemistry came out in 2022. While we're talking about food, I'm having some mac and cheese. Delicious. It's like that at work. Oh, you're reading. Let me ask 20 questions. Like, leave me alone. Like, y'all know if I'm sitting in this chair, I'm probably reading. Whether that's reading with my eyes or reading with my ears. Somehow, I'm reading. So relax. Thank you. My mom told me last year that she's never read a book before. I don't know what werewolves I was raised by, but here we are. Hello, Desi. It's kind of why I just started reading Kindle books on my phone because no one talks when I have my phone in my hand.
This is so true. That is so true. I read on my phone and everybody just assumes I'm scrolling and they don't want to interrupt my doom scrolling.
Here's the thing. I will read on my Kindle and people will be like, what are you doing with that tablet? And I'm like, it's literally a Kindle, bro. I can't do anything on this thing but read books.
I don't care if people interrupt my doom scrolling. If you try to talk to me while I'm listening to a podcast or an audiobook, I do not like. I clearly have an earbud in my ear. At least say, "Hey, Margaret." I don't understand how I'm having to have this conversation every day with my parents.
Ryan does this. Ryan will not say anything. He'll be sitting up. He'll just be sitting here. I'll have both headphones in and he'll just start talking to me. And I'll only know he's talking because I'll look over because I can see his mouth moving in my peripheral vision. And I'll look at him and he'll be like, did you hear anything I said? Like, I'll take a headphone out. He'll be like, and I'll be like, no, I didn't even know you were talking to me. Like, you didn't tap me. You didn't say, hey, like, you didn't get my attention. Like, you just
flash the lights on and off.
Like, that's one of those things where it's like, listen, from now on, if you talk to me with my head, I'm just going to ignore you unless you say my name.
Katie, you did try to warn me about this book. Here's the thing. I like horror, so I will give it a chance. Even because here's the thing. When I first started it, like the first couple chapters, like I was good. Like I was having a good time. It was giving me like the vibe that I wanted. But then, like, we got to a point where this chick is like, she goes to the neighbor's house to use their phone because she can't find her cell phone. And it's like a whole thing. And I was like, I just don't care that this family will not leave your house. I don't care why they won't. I don't care that they're just here for no reason. I just don't care.
Yeah.
It's like DNF it is. It's fine.
I feel like, yeah, I feel that. Okay.
So Beth DNF'd Quicksilver. Because it gave her
okay. I've heard
and gave it to
What?
page 200 and couldn't keep going. This is on my TBR this year, so
I feel like that's what I was trying to say. I feel like horror is a hard genre because like it's so wide, right? Like there's so like you can go into a horror thinking you're gonna like it, and then it just doesn't end up being something
and
you like, right?
well,
Like
when I first started it, I was like, oh, this is giving me like the Others vibes.
yeah,
But like with actual people instead of ghosts, like with living people instead of ghosts. Which I mean, I don't know how it ends. So I guess at the end the family could have been ghosts, and I just don't know about it because I just don't care enough to know what the end is. I mean, I could go look up spoilers when I just don't give a shit.
yeah. Horror can be hard because like it's especially when you're getting to like more intense horror, because like there can be very specific things that will happen in horror that you're like, nope, that was a no. That was a no. You can be fine
And
with the
there's
rest
so
of
many ways they can take it too, where it's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that is a hard genre sometimes to like if you don't like everything that's in that genre. Right.
Okay, so Beth's book that she DNF'd was Quicksilver, which this is a fantasy romance that is on my TBR.
I feel like that one is a polarizing one. So
yeah, we're gonna try it. I have it from Kindle Unlimited, so at some point it'll come up on my KU.
So at some point
and I want to buy it, but I'm like, I can't. Here's the thing with KU books, I can't justify buying them without reading at least like, especially when I know that they're going to be series. This is with any genre. I can't justify buying books that I can access through KU because I pay for KU if I haven't at least read the first book in the series.
that's
like I didn't start buying the Jacksonville Rays books until after I had read both Pucking Around and Pucking Wild on KU. And then I did pre-order Pucking Sweet, but I was like, okay, well, I've already liked every other book in this series, so it's fine.
Listen, we do not have to. I know it's fun, but we do not have to buy every book we want to read.
We do not.
We can exercise a little bit of self-control. So we don't have to deal with the hassle of getting rid of the book later if we dislike it.
So Jess ended up giving. So Jess, Kelsey, and Katie all buddy read this book together. The book that I DNF'd. We used to live here. So Katie and I think Kelsey gave it like 3 stars. I think was what her review on Instagram said. Jess was like, "You just DNF. You're not going to like this book." She gave it 1.75 stars, and I do trust Jess with horror books because she does read horror. And Katie apparently gave it 2 says that the ending was the worst part, so glad I didn't finish. And she gave it a generous 2.5. So like I feel like I would have given this like a 1 star. And
that's
here's
like
the thing.
me.
I had a 1-star book. Well, actually, I ended up giving it 2 stars after talking to my friends about it. But I did have a book that was almost a 1-star book at the end of last year. It was Mean One, which was a dark romance, like horror Grinch retelling. It was horrible. I don't read it. Anyway, it was terrible. And here's the thing is like I wish I had done this because I didn't think to do it until it was like too late. But I had read the Megan Quinn book.
How My Neighbor Ruined Christmas, whatever.
Yeah, that one. I read that one. I gave it 6 stars. I ate it up. I loved it. The audiobook was great. Like, I loved this book. And then I went into Mean One because I was like, okay, cool. Like, we're on Grinch retellings. It was terrible. It was horrible. Honestly, the best part of this book was the ending and what happened at the end. If you want to know my thoughts on that, it is in my, I think it's my KU clean out for December. It's in that. Mm-hmm. It's in that vlog. And yeah, I would love to forget that book ever existed, to be honest. Brianna loved Quicksilver and designed a bookmark for it, which I did know this. Okay, so Kelsey and Katie buddy read it. Jess read it because she was told it was comparable to House of Leaves, which is a crock of poo, apparently.
House of Leaves, or the idea that it is comparable to House of Leaves?
I would guess that it's comparable from context.
Because I'm pretty sure that Jess likes House of Leaves.
Right. If she said that
I was gonna
House of
say,
Leaves was a
like,
crock of poo, I don't know that she would want to read a book compared.
sometimes you kind of get like that one thing where you're like, well, I liked the concept, but this was shit.
Yeah.
Katie, I have this book. After you said something about it when Brittany and I were doing sprints, I saved this book. So I do have September House
Ooh,
on
I
my
wanna read that
TBR.
one.
And I
It
can't wait.
was really funny too. Like it was funny and horror, and it just was like a really, really great mix of both. I don't know if that's true because I haven't read it, but that's what I heard.
And apparently, listen, I love seeing people reading the Housemaids books. Actually, a person that I was friends with, I'm not really friends with her anymore, but a person that was like one of my best friends in high school, I saw on Facebook because I we're friends on Facebook, but like we're not really friends like in life.
I mean, Iron Friends, you still get on Facebook, so.
Right. She read the Housemaid books and then she like messaged me on Facebook and was like, "Hey girl, I know you read a lot. You should read the Housemaids books." And I was like, "I literally read these a year ago."
Catch up, girlfriend.
The only one that we haven't read in the Housemaids books is there's a novella that's called The Housemaid's Wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Katie, since you're here, you let me know if you want to read this. I do have it downloaded to my Kindle Unlimited. So if you have no inkling in reading it, that's fine. I downloaded it to Kindle Unlimited when I saw it. So now I do have to read it at some point for KU clean out. So, but if you want to read it with me, we can. It's really up to you. I'm actually excited for that book. I should have said this in my January book tag that's going up here in like 2 hours, but I didn't. But I actually am excited for the adaptation of The Housemaid. I just didn't think about it when I was making my video, but I am actually excited for that because I know it's becoming like a movie. Jess also liked the September House, so clearly I'll move it up. I'll look it up in this sprint, and see if I can find it on the library on my Libby app, because then if I need to put it on hold, I can. The ideal that is comparable, House of Leaves is a masterpiece. We Used to Live Here is not a masterpiece. It's a dumpster fire. Like I don't know what's going on. Glenda said I've listened to September House on audio. It was good. And Brianna says September House has funny moments, but it's also such a beautiful metaphor for domestic abuse. It was a stunning debut. Okay, all right. Okay, I'm gonna look this book up in the first sprint. But
how have you not? You're friends with Leandra. How have you not heard of this yet?
So here's the thing: I have heard of the book. I just didn't really know what it was.
Yeah.
And this is not a book that Leandra gave me for her vlog, which I'm currently working on. This was not one of the ones.
Well, how long ago did Leandra give you that for her vlog? Because I'm pretty sure she read it last year.
Only a couple months ago.
Oh, okay.
Because so the way that it's worked is the people that gave me books for the vlog.
Oh, that's
y'all
right.
Y'all gave me these books in 2023. I'm just gonna be real. Like you all gave me books in 2023 or the very beginning of 2024. So what I've done is when I spin for you and I get you, then I say, hey, you are the next friend that I'm gonna be doing this thing for. So like I have the 3 friends for this year. So Leandra's the first one, and then I have 2 more friends. The only person that did not change their book, that has not changed their books, is Sosh from Sosh Reads, Sasha. Because she would be after Leandra, and I asked her, I said, do you want to change any of these? And she said, no, they all still stand. But I know Brittany's changing all of her books.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is fine. Like I give you the option for that reason. To be clear, I only gave House of Leaves 3 stars because some of the content is questionable as AF, but the way it's done, I fully believe no one could ever do something like it again. I feel you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, to what Bree said. Wonderful. Hello, cool gamer. Okay, we are going to jump into our first sprint. We're gonna do hour-long sprints. I think that will be good, right?
Yeah.
Because that would take us to 7:30.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that'll be good because I'm going for 8 hours for this first one, so that'll be fine. And then we're going over to Aoife's channel.
Yes.
So, are we ready to sprint, friends?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, then I will see everybody in 1 hour.
The only time you
Hello, friends. I do not know where Amy. I know Margaret said. Oh, there's Amy. I know Margaret said she would be a second. She'd be. Oh wow. She'd be a bit late, so that's fine. How
Just finishing a chapter.
how did we do, Amy?
I read 100 pages.
Wonderful. I read nothing because I ended up having to talk to my dad, but it's fine. I'm gonna read the next one.
I mean, that's
Also, Ari used my phone to call her dad, so I didn't have my audiobook. So I will read the next sprint because I'm actually going to make some food in the next sprint as well because I haven't eaten yet. So that's what we're gonna do, and I'm probably gonna color or something while I listen to my book and eat. So let's see how everyone else did. Also, I will change this short break next time so that it's 15 minutes instead of 5. I have it set for 5 for on Mondays because I'm usually by myself. So and I don't need to talk for more than 5 minutes if I'm by myself. Lexi got no reading done, totally fine. Jen is at 33% of Onyx Storm. Kendra got about 125 pages left of her book. I feel like people will be. Oh, I do also need to start my 24-hour sprints vlog. I do need to do that. Hello, Atia. Julie has an hour left in her audiobook. Cherie is 40% into Onyx Storm. Brianna, it got to page 57 and made some Cajun pasta for dinner. That sounds delicious.
That does sound delicious.
Glenda got to chapter 15 of The Dark Maestro. Looks like all of the and
That sounds good.
hello. I haven't seen that book, Innocent Mage, in years. I need to reread it and continue it now. Yes, that is the book that Margaret is reading. Yes, Cajun pasta sounds awesome, to be honest. Okay. I'm just gonna skip this break because like what? But yes, in the next sprint, I did actually I lied. I did read a couple of pages like with my eyes before my dad came out here and we were talking. So I made it from page 74 to page like halfway through page 77. So I did read a little bit. And I am enjoying this book. Like, don't get me wrong. I just don't think I'm in like the mood to read fantasy with my eyeballs. Which is fine.
That's fair.
Mom, can I put my like bakery thing up but in display until the room gets cleaned up? I won't play with it. I'll just set it up and then until the room is cleaned up, it's in display.
What, on the bookshelf?
Yes. My little bakery that I got for Christmas from Erwin.
I suppose, but that other stuff needs to be done, bro.
Okay.
15 pages left
I'll put
in.
it up right now.
Sure, but the rest of that stuff needs to be done, Ari.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I
Goodbye.
even love your feet.
Thanks, I guess. I only have 15 pages left in Caliban's War. It has such an amazing ending so far. Wonderful. Listen, I just, at this point,
That just made my day.
it's never a dull moment with Ari. Hello, Ash. Still reading Phantasma, but almost finished. This is on my TBR this year. It was super easy. Campbell's makes a sauce that I just put in with some sausage, peppers, and noodles. Delicious. Nice. Hello, Jody. So finally have time to read. Everyone else has gone to bed, so finally have time to read. Reading Dreamslinger by Gracie Kim on page 20. Wonderful. Finished One Cursed Rose, 4 stars. This is also my TBR this year. Listen, I'm doing like the 12 recs from 12 friends. I'm doing what else am I doing this year? Which I've been really good with 12 recs for 12 friends. I didn't read last month's Kate. It was Katie's pick for me. And I did message Katie. There's a dead mom in the book that she recommended. And that I know that's like a very niche like trigger for someone. But it's just going to have to wait until after April. Like I just need to get through February before I can read it.
That's fair.
But I will because we're on sprints and I always give sneak peeks on sprints. I'm reading Amy's pick for February. So I'm very excited. Yeah.
My pick?
Yeah. So I'm very excited because I was supposed to read this book last year and I never got to it. So Amy was like, let me give you the same book that I gave you. And I was like, I actually want to read this book because it's all about crafting. It's like a nonfiction book about
It's
crafting.
crafted and musicals.
And like, I actually want to read this book. And she was like, just get the audio. And I was like, and I already have it like on hold at the library because I was like, I want to read this book. So I have it on hold, but it should get to me before the end of February. If it doesn't, as soon as it comes through, I'll drop everything to read it. So yes, because this was actually like, I mean, there were other books on my 12 Rex from 12 Friends that are still on my TBR from last year that I do still want to read. But this was like the one book that I was like, I can't believe you didn't read this. In your diamond painting era, like you didn't read this book. Which
I know. I saw it and I saw your request for Rex and I was like, I didn't hear her talk about this.
Yeah, she was like, hey, did you read this book last year? And I was like, no, I didn't. Okay.
Because you would also said something about failing it or whatever.
Oh, I did. I failed it. I think I read one book on the entire thing, and it was because it was Kelsey's pick, which was The Winners by Frederick Bachman. And the only reason that book even got actually, technically, I read two, but I DNF'd one. So the Frederick Bachman one got read solely because it really had nothing to do with 12 Rex from 12 Friends, but I counted it as successful because it was a book that was recommended by Kelsey. But it was read for my Can I Trust Brittany vlog when we were doing that series. So I counted it. But then the only other one that I even attempted to read was Haunting Adeline, which Brooklyn had given me, and I ended up DNFing it because it wasn't dark enough, which I don't know what that says about me, but it's fine. I DNF'd it because I was like, this is such an annoying book. Like, it's not really that dark. Like, I'm not intrigued. Like, something's wrong with me. Clearly, it's fine. If you've read him like Caraval, this is darker and spicy. What book is that? Phantasma?
Oh, I think.
Is that the book we're talking about? Hold on, please. Yes, Phantasma. Here's a fun fact about Caraval. I own all of the Caraval books, and I own the Once Upon a Broken Heart books on my Kindle. I've read none of them, and they're on my TBR this year as like self-destruct books, I'm pretty sure, because I was like, girl, why? Here's the thing, my Kindle is literally where books go to die. I get like I get good deals on Kindle, right? Because I get like $3 or $5 or whatever, right? And then like I download them, or I do like Stuff Your Kindle Day, and I download these books, and then I never read them. So again, why KU Clean Out came to be. But also why
conscious effort of like reading books on the books that I have on my Kindle, like
right. But also this is why on my TBR game, my Wheels of TBR, there are more than one prompt, because this year it's all prompt based, because I know last year was pretty confusing and I wasn't reading half the books because I was like pigeonholed into reading certain titles. But there are multiple prompts that are like Kindle Unlimited or Kindle, like a Kindle book that you own. They're on this prompt list because I'm like, if you don't, dude, you're never going to read these Kindle books.
Right.
So fine. Gina read 40 pages of Ruthless Vows. I hope you're loving it. Is there going to be a playlist for the 24-hour sprints? Yes, there is a playlist, Courtney. It is, you can find it on like my channel if you go to playlist, but it's also on my community tab. So if you're looking for it, it is on my community tab. That post will expire after 24 hours because otherwise it kind of clutters up my community tab. But it will be there until 6 p.m.-ish Eastern time tomorrow. So it should be there. If you can't find it, let me know. I love Phantasma. Picked it up last weekend and read it in less than 48 hours.
Wow.
Listen, at some point it will come up on my KU Clean Out because it's on KU. That's the thing. Like, because the thing is like, I mean, I am allowed to read Kindle Unlimited books throughout the year too. And that will happen. But if they don't fit into my TBR game, I'm not going to force myself to read them because I know that they'll come up eventually on KU Clean Out.
Right. So when you like read one of your KU books, then do you put another one on?
I can, yes.
Okay.
I haven't been.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking. I haven't been because here's why I haven't been. I haven't been with so technically in December, I did add books back onto KU. I did start January with 20 Kindle Unlimited books because that's the amount that you can check out at once.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I did that is because I was like, okay, well, basically I gave myself 2 weeks in December because I didn't know if I wanted to make this like an actual thing on my channel. That was the thing. So for December, I basically just did it as like an experiment and a lot of people liked it. So I was like, cool, I'll just make this a series because that will keep me on top of my Kindle Unlimited books, especially because I pay for Kindle Unlimited a year at a time.
Oh.
I don't pay for it monthly. I gift myself like a subscription, right? So I was like, okay, you need to be getting your like $150 worth of reading out of this, which I am. But also it like the authors aren't getting money if I'm like
just holding
downloading and then putting it back. Like they're not getting any money from that. Now there are plenty of KU books that I have purchased, so they're getting my money that way, or I've bought them on Audible, so they're getting my money that way.
Right.
But if I'm just reading them on KU and I don't plan on buying them, and then I like download it and return it without reading it, they're out money, and that makes me feel bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As just like a human being who has empathy. So
I hear you.
I have not been adding books in January, but I did start January with 20 books.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that my goal throughout the year is to not add books back until my KU is completely emptied. Unless it's like a situation of like, oh, I need this KU book for something. Like for instance, like Brittany and I are currently reading a series that's on KU.
Mm-hmm.
We both had the first book from like Kindle Unlimited or Stuff Your Kindle Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she now owns the physicals, but until I get the physicals, I need to read the last 2 books on KU. Mm-hmm. So with that series, I'm still allowing myself to add that, but like I have to finish the second book before I download the third.
Right. That makes sense.
But as far as like my goal is to kind of keep my KU constantly emptied, if that makes sense. So I won't be adding any books to specifically to KU for KU Clean Out until all of them are cleaned out of my Kindle Unlimited. Once they're all cleaned out, then I'll add 20 more books and we'll start again because there will always be books I want to read on Kindle Unlimited.
I have I have a private wish list on Amazon that's just KU books, and I'm like,
I do too. And it's so many. It's so many. But I've really been utilizing that by being like, okay, go check your wish list.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See what books you've already read. See what books you haven't read. And once I download it to KU, it comes off the wish list.
Right.
So, Desi made caprese chicken sandwiches with balsamic glaze and Oreo cream cake for her son's 8th birthday. That sounds delicious. What an awesome kid.
It looked delicious.
Starting for
I just love cake, but
wonderful. Hello, Nell. Didn't you realize 24-hour sprints was this weekend? Here we are. Also, I'm going to send you a message in the next sprint, so watch out for that. Have I read Lights Out? No. Am I going to read it? Yes. Listen, I did download it last year on Hulu. I downloaded like the audio and I never got to it. I don't know what I was doing. You know what I was doing? I was watching that terrible Lifetime show about Gypsy Rose and I just forgot that I had books on Hoopla. It's fine. It was very entertaining. Highly recommend. But I do need to read this. I actually want to own this book really bad, so I need to read Lights Out so I can own the book. Because I've heard it's really funny. I've heard that it gives like Butcher and Blackbird vibes, and we know how I feel about Butcher and Blackbird. So, and if you don't know, I love it. You're welcome. Gave it 6 stars. It was so good. Amy should not read it though. It's not an Amy book.
It's not an Amy book.
Hello, Chris. We love to see you. I've only read Caraval last month. I do want to read this book this year. I just so many. Here's the thing. This is my slower year, so I'm just reading books as I get to them. It's fine. They'll still be there next year if I don't get to them this year. And my computer is being weird again.
Well, I mean, you're supposed to enjoy reading it. So.
And that's the thing. Last year, I did this the year before too. Like the last couple of years, I've just like read. I like forced myself to read so many books so quickly that I like burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
And all the books were for like, were for, like for content, like as opposed to me like reading for enjoyment and then making content around the books I actually wanted to read. I was like forcing myself to read books specifically for content, and I was like, girl, no one needs you to be that up to date on books. Stop it. Make your own thing, because that's what I was doing. Was I was trying to read like new releases and stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Popular books.
Yeah.
But I'm not really a person who reads new releases when they come out.
Right. I'm the kind of person that pretends I want to read new releases as soon as they come out, and then I never get to them until like 5 months later.
Welcome back, Margaret.
Hi.
Hi.
How did you do in the last sprint, dude?
I made dinner. The chicken was more frozen than I had expected because I pulled it out yesterday to thaw today, and it didn't thaw as much as I expected.
That's funny.
It took a bit. I didn't listen to any book. We're gonna do that in the next sprint.
If it helps, you inspired me to get my crocheting out.
Oh, very nice. I should probably work on some of my crochet. I've got a blanket that I'm supposed to finish. And
I know you were knitting and this is crocheting, and that's different, but still.
At some point, I'll brave the downstairs kitchen chairs, which are so uncomfortable, and I'll diamond paint for a little bit, but I just don't feel like it right now.
Don't blame me.
Fair.
If I had a more comfortable chair to sit in, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but...
Yeah.
Yes, Desi, I feel like we all have book graveyards somewhere. They're either our shelves or our Kindles. You know what I mean? I think with me for Kindle, it's easy for books to get downloaded and left on my Kindle and forgotten about simply because they're not in my face.
Yeah. They're not like calling out to me.
With the ones that are on my bookshelf, I'm like, oh, I see you, my friend. You know? I read Six of Crows duology first, so that might be why I didn't like Shadow and Bone. Yeah, I'm a completionist who is going to read these books in order, even if it kills me.
So I liked Shadow and Bone a lot more upon reread than I did the initial time, because I did what Ash did, is I read Six of Crows and then very shortly after read Shadow and Bone, right? And so there was a lot in Shadow and Bone that I didn't appreciate until I reread it. So, because I wasn't going to, but I'm a petty bitch that was like, y'all are crazy about this one thing, and I'm gonna prove that y'all are crazy about this one thing.
That's what we do, Margaret. We're petty. It's fine. I was summoned here, not you talking about the Caraval's books as I'm uploading my finale reading vlog for tomorrow. Get out of my head. I'm sorry. This is why we're besties now. It's fine. My Kindle also has over 3,000 books on it. It's actually ridiculous. Like, I had to make it so that my Kindle will only show me what is downloaded to my Kindle, which is only about 700 books, which is still a lot.
That's still a lot.
But it was overwhelming me to see like 3,150 books. And I was like, God dang, like, what am I doing?
You're going to have to do a Kindle clean out with your downloaded.
Kindle. Here's the thing. I am better, especially because I have that prompt where it's like a Kindle book that you own.
Mm-hmm.
I am better at trying to find, like, if I know that I own a book and I need it to fit something, I'm pretty good at going in and reading it. Mm-hmm. What goes on my Kindle to die are Libby checkouts and KU.
But Libby checkouts don't stay there.
Oh, yeah, but I'll forget that I ever checked the book out.
Oh.
And then I'll go into my Libby and be like, why do I have 20 Libby books in here? And they're all like from 6 months ago. Although I did clean out my Libby the last week of the year, I cleaned it out completely. Like I got rid of any holds that I knew I didn't need for projects and stuff. And I returned all of the books except for my brother's books because he uses my Libby that I knew I wasn't going to read. And then I went back and I said, okay, these are the books. So right now I actually only have I have 2 books checked out. One is an audiobook and one for a project, and one is a book that I had on hold. And if I don't get to it, then I will just put it back on hold for a minute. But I think I will actually get to it before it expires.
I feel like that's what it was. I hate how you have to physically go in and return your Libby books on Kindle. Like, just take the fucking thing from me, man.
Well, and here's the thing is that I don't know if they did an update, but when I returned We Used to Live Here, it also returned it on my Libby app. And it wasn't expired on my Libby app yet. Hi, babe.
Huh.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, it wasn't expired on my Libby app, but when I went into the Libby app, like, I still had like 6 days left on it. But it returned it for me.
Well, I think there was an update because it said because now you have to return it from Kindle. You can't do it from.
Yeah, so I think when you return a book from Libby to from your Kindle, like if you download it to your Kindle and you return it from your Kindle, it also returns on the Libby app.
Yeah.
Which is real convenient for me because I don't have to remember to go back into my damn Libby app to return it. So. Everyone's saying hello.
And then I can go to the next person.
Everyone's saying hello. Oh, we have more comments. Give me one moment. Nell did like Phantasma and the Caraval. Oh, she did like the Caraval series. Phantasma's on her TBR. My KU library was emptied.
Nice.
That's so funny.
Hello, ML, and hello to Ollie from the bathroom close by where they are cutting their own hair.
Oh, fun.
Wonderful. I also cut my own hair. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. What Kindle do you have, Neva? What Kindle do I have? I do have a Kindle. Did I already post it? I don't know. I'm pretty sure I have like a Kindle Q&A video on my channel. If not, I need to get that up because it should have already gone up. It is on my channel, right?
I have a look. It might be.
Okay, I think there is a Kindle 101 video from maybe like a couple weeks ago up on my channel, but I currently have the Kindle Paperwhite from 2022, the signature edition. This is like the bougiest Kindle you could have gotten back then, other than like the Scribe. You don't really need this. It's got 32 gigabytes on it. No one needs 32 gigabytes worth of Kindle. But I will be ordering a Colorsoft, the Kindle Colorsoft. I need to put up a poll and find out if like y'all want me to do like an unboxing, decorate, reading vlog thing with it.
They do.
Ryan says you do, so I guess you do. But I'm going to be doing that. So I will end up with 2 Kindles just because I read on my Kindle enough that 2 Kindles make sense for me. I know that's for everyone. But currently I have the Kindle Paperwhite signature edition 2022 and I love it. It gets used every single day. So just got home from work and I'm still reading The Striker, slow at reading. I'm as slow at reading this as a snail. That's okay, ML.
Take your time. Everybody reads it.
I did not like this book. I DNF'd it at 55% now.
Uh-oh.
So if you liked it, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry I didn't like it. Because actually I thought I would, even though Katie didn't like it, Kelsey didn't like it, Jess didn't like it. I was like, I'm going to like this book. And I didn't. I DNF'd at 55. Yeah, she said,
I need you two to get along.
Read 80 pages of lessons in chemistry. Wonderful. We don't have to do that right now. I still have to eat.
Do they talk to each other well enough that it won't let me
Did you hear me?
keep reading when it's past the due date?
Yeah.
Even if it's on airplane mode now, so
I mean, if you're willing to do it, that's fine.
pick one or the other.
I feel like you have to do it by yourself.
Talk or don't talk.
Fine, man.
It's because Libby isn't in Amazon. Have
Programming.
to talk to each other that well. That's
Get out of
true.
here.
If they can program in something that can make it so I can no longer read the book,
That's
they
weird.
can program in something that shoots it back when I reconnect. I'm just saying. Just saying.
My partner got me the color soft for Christmas, and I love it. I'm trying to sell my Paperwhite because I don't need two at this point.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little shelf.
So why?
You can put other stuff in.
What did it come with?
It came
That's
with
nice. I don't use mine enough to justify 2 yet.
Oh, it goes on top of the shelf then.
what shelf?
Your white shelf.
The big white shelf.
It goes on top of that.
It's like a display thing. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I did not enjoy it. I DNF'd it. She said Katie hated it, gave it like 2 stars. I decided I'll allow it, so I guess I can give you a pass as well. Thank you. I'm sorry. Here's the thing. Now I wanted to like this book. Like you can even ask Ryan. I was like, this is going to be a great book. I'm going to love this book. I love horror. And then I got to 55%, and I was like, I don't care anything about this book. I might spoil the ending for myself just so I know how it ends, but I don't even know if I care enough about it to know how it ends. I do have 2 Kindles, one for home, only one I travel with. That's basically what will happen. My Paperwhite that I have now will become the Kindle that leaves my house. It will also, but in the house, it will be the Kindle that has like Libby and my arcs on it. And then my Color Soft will have like all of my main reading books. All right.
Someone who has almost left their Kindle in an airport a non-zero amount of times. It makes sense
Exactly.
to have one that's a home Kindle and a travel Kindle.
Exactly. And I figured that I would do the one that's older than like the brand new one with a color screen
Yeah.
for travel.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, Amy, I sprinted up the gangway and was like, I left something on the chair. Right past the gate agent.
I can imagine. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I've always kind of wanted one that was specifically for travel, but I didn't. But when I really got into using my Kindle was in like 2020, and I wasn't traveling.
You weren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Most people weren't traveling in 2020, so I was like, I can't even justify a travel Kindle in 2020. But now I can justify it. You know what I mean? I leave my house enough now that it's.
Yeah, that makes sense.
My parents bought me the new Kindle Paperwhite Signature 2024 for my birthday that is being delivered on Sunday.
Woohoo.
Wonderful. We love to see it.
Happy
Nice.
birthday.
Right?
Oh, your profile picture is so pretty, Chrissy.
Oh,
I clicked the wrong one. Yes, it is pretty.
Yeah, it's so pretty.
Exactly what I'm scared of doing, or it being nicked from a hotel room if I'm out and it's on charge.
Yeah.
Okay.
I usually,
Go
I
ahead,
mean,
Mark.
if you're charging it, I guess you can't. I usually like all of my electronics go in a drawer at some point because they don't like. It's not going to stop somebody if they really want to, but I'm just, paranoid.
gives them another step
Oh,
to
it's
have to get through.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, a lot of steps is opportunity. to be
They're
honest.
drinks, whatever you want them to be.
I have
And
silver in these.
9 times out of 10, you're fine because the people who are cleaning your hotel room, they want to keep their job. But
Right. Your
never
Kindle
know.
is not worth their lost paycheck.
Okay, are we ready for another hour of reading fun? Wow, there are so many people in this
nice.
watching this.
Yay.
Hello, guys. Reading Empire of Silence sci-fi. I hope you're loving it. All right, we're gonna do another hour. We're ready for that? Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, then I will see everybody in 1 hour. Hello, friends.
Hello.
How did you do?
90 pages.
90 pages? That's good.
Yep.
I'm about to tell you where.
This much left.
Yay!
And actually, only this much left.
Nice.
Because there's
How
a
did you do,
preview.
Margaret?
Oh. God damn, I did not get far. We found a library. A secret library.
Ooh, that sounds exciting.
Anyways, oh fuck. I just saw something. I read like 7 pages. Not that much, but it was more than I had read before. So
Well, I made it to chapter 8. So I'm on page 120 now. I have about 3 hours left of this book, according to Audible. I think 3 hours. Hold on. Yeah, about 3 hours and 10 minutes left, according to Audible, at the speed I listen to. So honestly, I should be able to get this done before I switch to Aoife's channel, because I'm going to be here for 8 hours. I still have 5 hours left.
5 more hours left.
So
Face.
honestly, here's the thing. I should get this done and most of this done by then.
Ooh, To Kill a Mockingbird.
Because To Kill a Mockingbird is my I have to start my 24-hour freaking vlog. Anyway, To Kill a Mockingbird is my classic for January. And my Patreons get like a vlog of my thoughts. I mean, I kind of think that like I already did the vlog for Self-Care Potato Chips, which was my nonfiction for the month.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Hold
it?
on, let me find it. I'll show it to you. Hold on. Where did I put
Self-care.
Potato chips is what I heard.
That's what I heard, and that sounds
it's
pretty
this
intriguing.
book. I'll show it to you. Hold on. Beyond Self-Care Potato Chips.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
It's all about choosing nourishing self-care in a quick fix culture. So basically, she can so this is actually written by someone I know, which is cool. But essentially she compares like what we think of as self-care, so like giving yourself a facial or like taking a bath or reading a book uninterrupted. She compares that to like being hungry and then like eating a bag of potato chips and wondering why you're not full. So these are like, so it's just about different ways in different areas of your life to have nourishing self-care as opposed to self-care potato chips.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's really cool.
And I do feel like my vlog for Patreon was super boring, so I apologize when y'all see like when the Patreons see it next week, but it's fine. It's because like I didn't have a lot to say, because like I feel like this is like a book that you need to just like read for yourself. It's not like a celebrity memoir where I can be like, oh my gosh, did you know about blah 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 blah. Like this is like really a book that you need to like read and take in for yourself, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I should be able to read both Shadow and Bone and To Kill a Mockingbird by the end of this. Okay. And because I have audio for both of these, and if I don't, it's fine. To Kill a Mockingbird can go over to Eva's channel. Shadow and Bone cannot.
You're like, no, absolutely not.
Like I only have 3 hours in this book. I've already been working on it for like a week and a half. Okay. It's ridiculous. Okay, let us read. Oh, I also posted a new video on my channel. It is the January book tag, which is Jan Agaton's beginning of the year book tag. I did it last year too. So if you want to go watch that, better late than never. I mean, I was really like at the end of the month posting this tag, but go watch it if you want.
Hey, listen, I
it is still the beginning
literally
of the year.
literally just posted my last end of the year video today. So
Yeah,
you
I am
are,
done with your
you are in good company today. No rush. No rush.
447 out of 492 in Phantasma. Wow, you're getting so close.
So close.
49% in No Filter and Other Lies. Finished the game Paper Trail and started the game Gris. Wonderful.
Nice.
I worked on my planner a bit and read. I'm on chapter 16. I'm at 38%. Look at all this productivity we have going on.
Mhm.
I got to 253 of 507. Hillary finished Caliban's War, so our first finished book of the 24 hours. Read the epilogue, and I'm this close to picking up Abaddon's Gate because what? Listen,
Abaddon. It's Abaddon.
Abaddon. What did I say? Abaddon. Listen, I don't know.
Abaddon.
I don't know.
That's okay.
I mean,
But it is Abaddon.
Okay, well now I know that. I'm sure I'll fuck it up. in
This
the next
is
spring.
It's the third. Hi, Hillary. You're reading one of my favorite series, and I think that is amazing of you, by the way. It's the third book in the Expanse series, which, funnily enough, is available on Kindle Unlimited now.
Who is this? Brandon Sanderson?
No, this is James S.A. Corey.
Oh,
They're not
James A.
Mormons.
Okay. Well, I know Hillary reads a lot of Brandon Sanderson because
Yeah,
Hillary,
no, this is
Hillary and I read Mistborn together like last year,
Yeah.
or the year before, and it was a great time.
no. The titles are too short. They're not fantasy enough. No, this is it's a
Yeah,
sci-fi series.
Gotcha.
It's
Jody got to page 35, but going to have to say goodbye and hit the bed. Good night. Thank you for
Good
hanging
night,
out with us. My next book might be Assassin's Apprentice or a buddy read with my mom reading Vicious. She's never read it, and it will be a reread for me. That is so fun.
nice.
How much do you want to suffer is the question, Ash, because goddamn does Robin Hood put you through it. Even when you like the book, she puts you through it.
Oh my gosh.
She made it
Like
47.
Kristen Hanna and
Onyx Storm. Listen, I have to read a Kristen Hanna book this year because I started it last year, and then I was like, you know what? I love this audiobook, but I really need to have this book like physically in front of me so I can annotate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just scared.
I have Fireflies or
women.
something.
Oh, the women.
I'm gonna be destroyed, dude. I was crying.
It's like to punch her readers in the stomach
Listen to me.
down, and then when they're getting up, she just punches them again.
Listen, I think I made it to like chapter.
Well, she writes
7.
fucking historical fiction. Of course, she's
Well,
punching.
I made it
you.
to like.
And
Listen,
then
I made it to like chapter 7, and I had already cried twice
she
before
waits
that because
for you to be almost healed, and then she kicks you in the crotch.
great.
That is Kristen Hanna,
I'm
and I
ready.
love every second of it.
There you go.
Not even gonna lie.
I'm as ready as I can be.
Okay, now that you might be, but
47% in Onyx Storm. I'm stressed. Listen, I'm seeing everybody posting like their Onyx Storm, like spoiler-free reviews, and now I want to go watch it so that I can just live vicariously without actually having to read the series. Because I don't want to read the series. I did not like Fourth Wing.
Yeah.
she's gonna read it.
No, I'm not.
I know that there are spoiler vlogs.
Unless you're
coming,
gonna go out and buy me the
I'm
books.
gonna.
don't do it, Ryan. Don't do it. Don't encourage this madness. It's just gonna make her mad.
And the reason he's saying that is because he knows that if he buys the books, I'll read them.
Well, and
I
Sherry
know.
wants the one,
And
so
then
I
you're
got
gonna
to
be
finish
mad.
the book with her.
Except that if we don't finish the set, I'm giving that one to Nell.
Well, then you better get it given to her before I get the rest of the set.
I can't because it's in that freaking box that Sam still
Well, I
has.
don't know what to tell you.
Good night, Jody. Oh yes, good night, Jody. I already said that, but
It's fine, sweetheart. I won't buy it for you.
I like potato chips. I mean, you can.
No, it's all right.
You'll just have to buy me a new set.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
I don't want to read this here. I didn't like the first one. I didn't like the first one.
We need to discourage the FOMO.
Really, guys?
Amy will be right back.
Really, guys? I'm not going to buy it for her. I just like giving her a hard time.
Get away
Yep,
from me.
yep.
finished Beautiful Creatures just in time for the watch along, and just got done with the first showing of that. What is Beautiful Creatures? Who is this by?
It's the. Do you remember what the movie? There was a movie that they did. It's set in the South. It's a kind of a
Yeah,
vampire.
I know the movie, but like, who is this book written by?
It's by a Margaret. Beautiful. Hold on, because I used to know this, and I don't. It's two. Okay, nope, that's not it. That's not what I wanted. It's two authors. I think it's like Cami Garcia. Yeah, there we go. Cami Garcia and Margaret Stoll.
Okay, yeah, because I remember when the movie came out, but like, I don't remember the book.
Which friends are you going to talk to about giving me book suggestions?
Oh, Margaret. Margaret, I'm going to send you a message in the next sprint. I need book recommendations
Uh-oh.
for Ryan, not for me.
Okay.
Okay.
How
I'll
do you feel about YA fantasy?
I'll send you a message.
Send me the message.
I have about 4 hours left in Onyx Storm, feeling all the feels. Also contemplating what chaos I can bring to the chat. I have it in a hot minute, and I got to keep up my reputation. Let's go, ML. Let's go. 70 pages of lessons in chemistry and did skincare. Wonderful. I'm in FOMO for Robin Hobb. If I cry, great. That's how I mean, every time I pick up a Jessa Hastings book, I'm like, I'm in FOMO because I need to finish Magnolia Parks. And then I'm like, if I cry, great.
The only thing I'll say, Ash, is just pay attention to how she treats her female characters as you're reading, because I was led to believe that she treated them great. Anyways. Fuck. How do I still have an extra fucking stitch, bitch?
Oh, no, Margaret. How do you have an extra?
We started this so many fucking times. Do not get me started.
Christina finished Onyx Storm on Wednesday, and it was a roller coaster on the feels. I need to read Iron Flame. Here's the thing, Christina. Ryan will hate the Fourth Wing books. He will hate them. He will not like them. If he likes them, I would be actually surprised. Like the writing. Listen, my problem with Fourth Wing was like the writing was not good, and she also tried to do so many things. Like she took like every just like 2000 to 2010 dystopian fantasy trope and tried to shove it all into one book. Relax.
It was her processing book. She was processing something very specific and wrote a book about it.
Wonderful. I was not in the process with her.
I believe it was specifically her processing book for the 2016 election and everything that came after that.
Great. I did not process anything with her. I was just annoyed. Okay? The dragons were the best part, honestly. Chrissy said we love Ryan being supportive, but there are better books he can buy you. He knows.
Yes.
Oh, I buy books.
He buys, listen, at this point, half the books I own have been bought by Ryan, okay? And we've not even been back together now for a year, so it's fine.
Like a book a week for
it's fine.
A minute.
It's really
Good
fine.
night, Steph.
Like, no, you didn't buy any of those books.
Like half that stack.
There's some in there that you bought.
I know.
Like good night, Steph. You did not buy that
Nope,
one.
not that one.
You did not
Not
buy
that
that
one.
one.
Well, none of my pretty books are up here.
No, the pretty books are all downstairs. Sorry.
Why you any more pretty books?
Whatever, you a lie.
I'll start buying them for me.
Go ahead. And they won't get fucking read.
Hey, my
Hey
phone
now,
is full,
stop judging that.
Hello, Ollie. I will say the disability the main character has is pretty spot on.
I have heard that.
I've
I
also
have-
heard that it's not that it's a bit ableist. I don't know. I don't have that disability, so I can't.
So I know someone who has that disability and she really liked it.
I also know someone who has that disability and liked it.
Yeah, I know other people who have disability in general and didn't like the way that it was glossed over and how she powered through. So there were no moments where like she had to have a bad day because I mean she's in a situation where she can't.
Right.
So like I understand both sides of the argument, like someone having EDS and wanting to be like, no, I want to see someone who has my disability and is able to do that. And I understand the side of the argument that's like, I feel like it is like I don't remember exactly how Mari phrased it, but like I just feel like it's simple, not simplifying an issue, but like it just kind of acted like she didn't actually have it in some cases.
Well, and apparently Rebecca Yaros and I think her children also have EDS. So like
yeah, because it's genetic.
Yeah, so I believe that she has it. Like that's why she wrote about it. But yeah, my friend Olivia has EDS and she posts quite regularly in her stories about the representation that she felt in that book was good. So I don't know. I can't speak on it. Okay. I have chronic pain and chronic migraines, but that's as far.
Chronic pain in the asshole, man.
Shut. And like crippling anxiety. But other than that,
Hey, I'm just being real about it, babe.
Ash says we all need Orion to buy our books.
God, don't we though?
Mm-hmm.
This is why whenever I message the group chat and I say, "Oh, I really need to get a TBR cart," Margaret always texts back and says, "Ryan."
I know how things work.
But she knows I'm not going to buy the damn TBR cart.
Well,
I mean, you should, but
it would be a little different today. There'd probably already be one on the way.
It probably would be. But guess
to
what?
be honest, guys, I would wait until Michaels does periodic sales. So just keep an eye on Michaels and get it when they put it on, because they'll do half off of that bitch.
Oh, I didn't think about that. I'll check Michael's before I order.
And they also have like their 40% off coupon. I think that's how I got mine.
Actually, I have like a membership thingy with Michael's. I think so.
Yeah.
I just had like 8,000 Scholastic points that I hadn't used, and I decided to just use them all. So I got myself a cart for my classroom.
Yeah.
You know the worst part is I want another one.
And it was,
You know what's really funny? She ordered stickers to decorate the cart before she ordered the cart.
I haven't ordered the stickers
But
yet.
the stickers were there. The stickers might happen.
First of all, the stickers have not been ordered yet.
you have to be prepared.
But also, I mean, I do actually own some stickers that are going to go on the cart because they're ones that are too big for my Kindle. But Katie's about to start Onyx Storm. I hope you love it.
Yeah.
Ash has EDS as well. She did have bad days. She just could not complain about it without getting killed. Yeah.
I understand that. Like I understand, like Atia gets it kind of a little bit better, but like it was just one of those things that the person who was talking about it didn't like kind of the idea of anything can be overcome if you try hard enough was kind of the message that you got,
and
which
like
isn't
Atia
incredibly
said,
harmful.
I haven't read it, but from what Margaret is saying, perhaps the argument is that powering through it is incredibly harmful to the disabled community, as if being okay is just about powering through, which like we're not okay just because we make
like what was it? There's on Threads, there's this fantastic video of a young woman or a young person like dancing, and she's got crutches as she's doing this, and it's really, really cool. Like watching how she has is able to use that as part of a dance. And then you get into the comments and they're like, see, you can overcome anything if you just try hard enough.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I think
point of that.
the big issue that this person or a couple of these people had was simply that there was no like alternative offered to her, like, and everything else felt like a lot of the solutions felt like they were given to her by the male main character, which I don't know. Sometimes a gal wants a guy to do that. But I see
think
the argument.
that is a fair assessment. Most things were kind of.
Christina has chronic migraine and pain too and have to power through it, as my life will not let me take a day off. I mean, I feel you. It is what it is. That's what happens when we got kids and shit.
Well,
but that
and I
doesn't
think
make
just being able to power through doesn't mean you should
through.
have to.
Right, like powering through,
or that it's possible for everyone.
Doesn't make it so that
That's
we're
true.
cured. You know what I'm saying? Just because we make ourselves do things doesn't mean.
I've been trying to power.
And it
through
has
some-
consequences a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the life playground.
Oh,
I did too.
Like,
Mhm.
yeah,
that
I
was-
loved the representation in Get a Life, Chloe Brown too.
that will forever be my favorite, because in the moment at the beginning where she's just lying on the floor and going, I need to get up or people are going to be upset. I related to that so like fully
much.
different reasons.
So much.
But I related to that moment so much of being
Yeah,
like,
I need to do a reread of this because actually Julie sent me the physical copy of this book for my birthday, and I listened to the audiobook the first time I read it. So I
Yeah.
I need to do a reread. And
I
then I
have
need to
the
read the
hard
rest of the
read the third
series
book yet.
because I didn't read the rest of the series. I only read the first one. Hello, Jean. How did I forget this was happening? Probably because we didn't do it for 2 months. It's okay. Trying the 6-day blanket, but not. I am just going to rip it out. That's fair.
I want to do the 6-day blanket so badly, but I've heard that there are mistakes in the pattern, and I'm like, I don't know how to fix those yet.
I also hate these comments, Atia, because you are correct. Chronic pain and disability is dynamic and changes every day. Some days you wouldn't like. Some days I forget that I have chronic pain, and other days,
Chronic pain forgets that it has her.
good luck getting me to do anything but sit in a chair because
Yeah.
I'm dying. So
Well, like with my asthma, there are days like when I was growing up and having the hardest time, the same solution would never work twice, right? There were days where I needed to sit in the hot bathroom with the shower steaming, and there were days that would make it worse, and I had to go stand in front of the freezer.
right.
Yeah.
So like, yeah,
Every
and
job
yeah.
I agree with you, Jean. I think every job should have 6 days without the risk of being fired.
Oh yeah.
Christina, I feel you.
Yeah,
I
I
get
get
kids
that.
and we stay at home. We don't really get sick days.
I think
That's
every job needs Mental Health Friday.
Some people don't have a choice, though, is one of the things that that was one of the criticisms there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I call them episodes where days are worse than others. Yeah, I call mine are flare-ups. So I'll have like chronic back pain flare-ups where like it hurts to do anything. My hips do it too. Basically, I'm 33, but I'm in like a 90-year-old body. So it's like,
Okay.
although we prepare for some things like cooking, I make meals for armies so that when there is a day I just can't cook, then we already have.
Yeah, that's smart.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the days that are fend for yourself days. Those are the days that I say, Ari, go downstairs and look to see what you want for dinner. And then she comes upstairs, and 9 times out of 10, she says, can I have cereal? And I say, sure, have fun.
Hey, cereal for dinner is valid, as is scrambled eggs.
She had cereal tonight for dinner.
Scrambled eggs is delightful for dinner.
So
That's like a treat.
Yep.
all righty. Are we ready for another hour? We have so many hours left on my channel. I hope you don't get sick of looking at my face. I turned 33 Tuesday and I feel older. Happy birthday. I turned 33
Yeah, happy birthday.
in November, and I also felt older when I turned 33. Shut up.
Swear to God, there are just years in your 30s where you just are like, oh, yeah, I'm older now. I can feel it.
The problem I ran into at the years of my 30s is where I realized they were there. I was in my 40s.
That is the most true statement I have ever heard in my life.
I did something like a few days before my birthday, and I was like, wow, 37 is coming early. Because like it was just a really stupid, I don't even remember what it was, but it was a really stupid non-injury.
I literally forget that I'm in my 40s.
No, you're not.
All the time.
You're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 42.
You do not look it.
She definitely doesn't. She told me that, and I was like, "You're a liar, right? Like you're lying."
This is an elaborate con that you did so you could join the army a few years ahead of time, right?
I mean, people definitely don't believe me when I say that I'm 33. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but you look 15.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
My principal made my room 39 the year that I turned 40, that I was turning 40. She made my room number 39 so I could be forever 39.
That's funny.
Then she made me move rooms the next time, and I have if you've seen the tour of my classroom, I have walls of books, and I had to move all of those books next door, but I couldn't do it right away. I had to, whatever. I'm not room 39 anymore, and I would be bitter about it, except she also used budget money to get me all new shelves, and it's gorgeous, and I love it. Now I can't.
Amy, this is for you. You look early 30s. Honestly, I thought Amy was like the same age as I was. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I
lie.
would have said mid-30s.
Thank you.
The first time I met you, I really did. And then and then I don't even remember how it came up, but you said something about being in your 40s, and I was like,
I mean, 42. I mean, is that
Time is
really
a
in my
lie.
40s?
Time is fake. I'm going to be 40 in a few months, but don't tell my future second spouse who is young. LOL. ML,
Long as they're not 8.
they're not 18. They're not.
That's so very specific to a
I mean,
specific
18
group
would kind
chat.
of be fine.
I know who ML is referring to, and they're not 18. They're a fully grown adult, but
We have a situation in a group chat that is being observed, and
Bro.
a friend was like, "Can I judge them because they're our
that was
age?
too.
They're
Here's
dating an
the thing.
18-year-old."
I wouldn't. Here's the thing. I wouldn't even care about that age gap, to be honest, because if everybody's over 18, whatever, I'm not going to judge you for that. But the other dynamics at play are what make me be like, that's gross.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the thing is if it was just hooking up, okay, fine. Let the boy get the experience.
But
He's
that's
an
not
adult,
what it is, though. Dude.
but it's not.
There's too many dynamics at play, and it's gross.
Still a little weird to me, but like not nearly as bad as what is actually going on.
Right. Okay. Are we ready for another sprint?
Yeah, and hopefully I won't have to rip out my work again this time.
I hope you won't. Okay. So we will see everybody in 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Okay.
Sounds good.
Hello.
Hello.
How did we do?
Finished my chapter, and I'm done with At least no, I finished. I got up to where I was planning on getting up to where I finished tonight.
Yay.
So I'm on chapter
Just totally.
26, and I'm almost done the book. So it's an interesting book.
Yay. I finished my book
Yay!
Yay.
and I really liked it.
Nice.
There were some things that it's a Christmas holiday romance with magical realism in a Christmas market that just appears out of nowhere and defies time and space, and it's delightful.
That feels like there's a Time Lord involved.
there is, well, I mean, there might be, but we don't meet him. But it is, I mean, it's just delightfully fun. It's
Nice.
I liked it.
Very nice.
I made it
Take out any of my knitting, though, by the way.
What?
I said I didn't have to take out any of my knitting, by the way, yet.
That's good.
Yay! That's exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am on chapter 13. I made it to page 190.
Yeah.
And the book is fine. Like I don't have any like complaints about it.
Yeah.
It feels like a 4-star to me.
Yeah, that's about what it was for me, I think. Like, it's nowhere near the level of 6 of, like, the level of the jump her writing does between when she finishes Ruin and Rising and when she started Six of Crows. I don't even understand it. Like, it's just such a better book.
So just to clarify, like Shadow and Bone was like she wrote that.
She wrote that first, and it's very 2012. And I don't say this in a way that because I liked 2012 YA. Like I was reading Divergent before Veronica Roth pissed me off. But it's very 2012 kind of Throne of Glass type YA, right?
Okay.
Before Throne of Glass was an adult novel. So it's like I like the world building that she does in there, but the story that like her writing when she moves to third person, which is what Six of Crows is in, night and day difference. It's so good.
Well, and I like Leigh Bardugo because I've read Ninth House, and Ninth House is a 6-star book for me.
Yeah, Ninth House is really good.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's going fine. It feels like a 4-star book.
Yeah.
And, like, I wasn't expecting it really. Like, I wasn't going into this first book expecting it to be, like, 6 stars.
Yeah.
So, honestly, it's exceeding my expectations, if I'm going to be honest.
Like I said, I feel like it's a series that is, like, better upon reread when you're able to notice some of the smaller details of what she is doing with it. Did I do this right? I don't think I did this right. No, I did this right. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything
reminded me of the everything's fine. I'm an adult.
That was kind of the exact inflection there. Did I do this right? Oh my god, I need to calm down.
Need to calm down.
I'm an adult.
Fine. I'm an adult.
Being an adult is overrated sometimes.
It really is.
It really is. Hello, Sadia. Just got home from work. Will read after I have dinner. Wonderful.
Nice.
Christina has left us.
Bye, Christina.
Going to bed. Good night. Remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, and make sure you do something to ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. Of course. And this is the playlist for anyone who's having trouble finding it. It's also on my community tab. So Ash finished their book, 5 stars. Kendra has 1 chapter left. Also, if you can hear Ryan breaking down boxes, I'm sorry. He's cleaning and he has headphones in. He can't hear anything I'm saying right now. So,
Boys.
it's fine. But, like, he's, like, violent about breaking these boxes down with music playing. I've never seen anyone clean the way that he's
It
doing
is
it.
kind of violent. Like,
Listen,
who's getting beat
sometimes
up?
breaking down boxes is just cathartic,
It,
right?
Like,
it does.
it's just like if I had a camera to turn around and like show you, he's just being so aggressive about it. So that's why I keep muting
sometimes
myself.
It's
I'm
better
like,
to take it out on the
Yeah.
boxes than other.
I feel like all the time it's better to take it out on the boxes. Just
I don't know where I was going with that.
take it out on the cardboard. Go for
It is
it.
always better.
oh Lord. Kendra will be heading to bed after the chatty bit, but popping in because baby wakes up. Thank you for the sprints. We'll see you tomorrow, Kendra.
No, don't. do that.
Oh, also I didn't say this at the beginning. I probably should have, but because this year, or at least for the foreseeable future, we're starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, which means we go until 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that this will help with like by people's, I mean my sleep schedule. That's what we're hoping for. Is like, and also it allows people that maybe couldn't check it, like come in until after they were home from work,
Yeah.
to be able to be on more sprints. Got to 65% and played more in Gris. Wonderful. Another 70-ish pages and getting close to my bedtime. I'll stick around for the chatty bit, then go to bed.
Mhm.
Also starting researching for vitamin therapy. I'm so over being fatigued all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, IV. That's IV. I was reading that like a Roman numeral.
Oh,
Sure.
I read it as a Roman numeral as well.
I did. And then I was like, oh, she means IV vitamin therapy. That makes way more sense.
It
So,
does.
Yep.
got to chapter 17 of the Dark Maestro. Also, here's how I know he can't hear what I'm saying. Because he just broke all those boxes down so aggressively and then whispered to me and was like, do you want me to move these Legos over here? He whispered it.
I mean, get on him for still not remembering to whisper when he has headphones in.
Yeah, that's
Oh my lord. I'm going to unwind with fanfic and I'll start Assassin's Apprentice tomorrow. I'll be back then for more sprints. Good night, Ash. Going to continue Onyx Storm. Hello. So glad to have you. Good night, Kendra, Ash, Chrissy. I need an adult, but I'm an adult. I need an adult to your adult. Don't we all? Truthfully.
yeah.
Who let us be in charge of shit?
Truthfully, like, who thought it would be a good idea for me to make decisions? I'm just wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know what? I feel like we make the right decisions. It's the people that are in charge that are making the bad ones right now. So I take that back. We know what's up better than they do.
True that.
You know what? Definitely causing less harm with our decisions.
Yeah.
Yep.
Motherfucker. Help.
Okay. Let's see. We can do another hour. We still have like so many hours left.
We have so many hours left. And I'm not sure if I'm going to make it through all of them.
It's
I'm
okay.
not sure I am either, but
You definitely don't
I'm
have
still
to.
going. So
If you have to leave me, it's fine. I mean,
I
it's gonna
will
get
likely
really
do
boring once I'm on here by myself. But like,
Well, I'm still going strong right now, so
are you? If you switch your book, Amy, go ahead and let me know what you're switching to, and I'll make a new thingy.
I'm reading a cozy mystery called Metal for Murder by Leslie Langtree.
Metal for murder. Okay.
Yeah, like metal, like a medal that you win, MED.
I was gonna say
Murder.
that sounds like either you've got a metal band involved.
It's the Olympics, actually.
Nice. Ooh, oh dear.
Yeah. Oh no. I'm not to the
I
end
will
of
not
the
be
road
going
yet.
on to another book. I am going. We're no more books today. We read
Who'd
a
you
lot.
say it's by?
Leslie Langtree.
Okay, I found it.
Pine tree.
Hmm.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Metal for murder. All right, I have it. So so when you see the little thingy change here, no, you didn't. I'm just kidding. Yes, you did. Because I'll switch out Amy's book. I got to 45% in time for bed. See you again in the morning. Good night, Jen. It feels so odd that 7 p.m. Eastern is like 3 p.m. for me in. Is this Australia? What is
This is
AKS?
6 hours ahead of Alaska.
Oh, Alaska. Okay.
I was gonna say it's 6 hours ahead of us. Who is 6 hours ahead? Hawaii. But Hawaii doesn't start with an A. What starts with an A?
What starts with an A that would be there?
Yeah. So
I'm just guessing there, by the way. I could be fully wrong.
let us know, Dark Rose, if you're in Alaska. Because
If you might be wrong, you might as well be confident about it.
right. I mean, you said it with your whole chest, so it's fine.
Listen, I don't even know all 50 states off the top of my head. So
Me either. So
you
fine.
expect me to do
Sing
time
it.
zones too?
If I sing it, I'm good. Alabama,
Kate is
Alaska,
also
Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, and Delaware.
Kate is
Florida.
also in Alaska. Welcome, Kate. I've never seen you here before, so welcome.
Nice.
It's never sprints now. Well, we do 24-hour sprints once a month because that's really all that my mental health can take. Could you imagine if we did this every week? Absolutely not. Although
No,
I did have
absolutely not.
when I
No.
first started doing this monthly, people were like, "Could you do it twice monthly?" And I was like, "No, I cannot do that. I'm so sorry.
That
It
sounds
takes me
like
all
that.
month to recover for the next round."
Well, that was when it was like all on your channel, too.
I know. Yeah, like when it was all like when I first started doing it, it was all on my channel. Like I'd have friends, but it was all on my channel. And somebody after like the third month that I did it, they were like, "Hey, could you do this twice monthly?" And I was like, "Absolutely not."
No,
I'm
you
so
only do it
sorry.
twice monthly. You do it twice monthly.
Right. Like you can do it on your channel if you'd like, but I could never.
Yeah, you can do the second time. All by yourself.
Thank
there we
you, Kendra. Kendra says we appreciate your service. Thank you so much. Honestly, I love doing 24-hour sprints. It's fun. Like if I didn't like it, I wouldn't keep doing it. And honestly, I will say though that if the people that I had asked if they would do it, if they wanted to still do it in 2025, if they had told me no, I wouldn't have continued to do it. Like there's no way I could have gone back to doing it all 24 hours on my own.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'll blame
I think everyone has fun. So that's fun that I came up with a thing that was fun.
Motherfucker.
Fun.
By accident, because it was literally just an experiment. I just wanted to see if it would, when my channel was much smaller, I think I had like 250 subscribers when I started doing this. I just wanted to see if it would help with subscriber count.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then people were like, "We would love to join you." And I was like, "Oh,
Yep.
I would have helped you."
Speaking of subscribers count, I hit 950.
Oh, nice.
We're so proud of you, Amy.
Thank you.
I hit 930.
Yay!
Not bad.
It's slow
The
going.
same subscriber count for months.
We're
So
still here.
I was pretty stuck for a while. So
Yeah. I had a lot of growth last year, and then it kind of just stalled out, I feel, and it's been back and forth the same like 3 numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I'm just like, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'm an adult.
Congratulations, Amy.
Thank you.
Listen, we
Well,
love milestones.
Yes, milestones are fun.
Yeah, I was pretty excited.
Yeah, and that's like a big one too, because 950 is almost to 1,000, and I feel like 1,000, you do see a kick up in how YouTube is promoting your channel a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Chrissy.
No, don't do that. Stop. There we go. Okay. Sorry.
Good night, Kendra.
I thought you were like, no, don't subscribe to Amy.
No, I had a stitch that was trying to drop. And here's the thing. I know how to fix shit if I'm crocheting. I still cannot wrap my mind around how to fix knitting.
So much more. Crocheting is so much more forgiving. It's so forgiving.
Like, and
I won't
add a
knit
stitch
anything
at this
bigger than a
point.
dishcloth ever in my entire life.
Like,
I'll have to.
I just made blankets for both of my mother's is halfway done. I made blankets for my parents for Christmas, and that pattern was repetitive enough that I was able, I figured out finally how to if something happened,
Mm-hmm.
how to fix. Don't do that either. How to fix it, right? Well, how to add where I needed to add stitches on this exact pattern if I had to do stuff.
Right.
That is a mystery if I'm knitting shit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It is not. Knitting is not very forgiving.
What is everyone knitting or crocheting?
this will be a washcloth that will not get used.
I'm making a scarf that may or may not get used, but I found this really soft yarn, and it's really soft, and
Oh, nice.
so I decided to try it, but it's a lot smaller than I thought because this is already one skein.
Uh-oh.
Here,
I'm like, I might need some more.
reach farther than that.
That's all right.
You may need some more. Yeah, this is just it's a good way to practice, and that's primarily what I'm trying to do is just practice knitting and the stitches and stuff.
Yeah.
So
I
don't
need the repetitive catharsis.
Yeah.
Cathartic.
Cathartic.
Yeah. Oh, I was trying to say the noun form, but I'm like, I can't find the noun. All I could come up with was the adjective.
I took a Greek mythology course, and my teacher for that course was obsessed with the Greek idea of catharsis. I was like, yeah, I don't read fiction for catharsis. If I have catharsis, I'm gonna need catharsis. I'll hit something. That's what martial arts are for. Shit. Okay, I think everything's good.
Okay, do we want to do another hour?
Sure.
Okay.
Things might be falling apart a little bit, but that's fine.
All right, let's do another hour. So I'll see everybody in an hour.
Yay.
Bye.
Hello, friends. Margaret has left us to sleep because she does have to be up in the morning to hang out on her own segment of 24 Hours Friends. So, Amy, how did you do?
I read I got 17% and was falling asleep. So yeah.
That's fair. I made it to page 242. I'm on chapter 16. So it says I have an hour and 40 minutes of this book left. So I'm determined to finish this before Aoife's time. Because I'm probably going to take a nap during Aoife's, to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to have to make like a coffee or something to make it for the last, like, I don't even know how many hours I've left. Like 2 hours. I feel like I'm dying, to be honest. So like I don't here's the thing. On like a normal day, it would be no problem for me to stay up until 2 a.m. I feel like because I have to like actually function, like it's because I have to function. Because like usually I'm up until like 2 a.m. anyway. I'm a night person, which is fine, but I'm not functioning. Okay. Yeah. I'm like watching mindless TV or like listening to music. Like I'm not actually functioning. So I think because I have to function, my body is like, you should be sleeping.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm like,
I hear you. I hear you.
We never sleep at this time. So like it's just because I have to function. It's fine. Also, I think this, I mean, I only have not very much of this book left. I only have this much of the book left. So it's probably going to be a 4-star, I'll be honest. Like, because it's fine. It's not like the best YA fantasy I've ever read or anything. But like, I'll continue the series. So like, I'll keep this book because this is one of my 2025 self-destruct books. So I had to like either read it or unhaul it.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't be unhauling it. So that's good.
Nice.
Okay. Hello, Emily. How are you? Tonight I'm reading For One More Day by Mitch Albom.
I love Mitch Albom.
I'm so glad I said that correctly because I was like, maybe I said that wrong, but it's fine.
I mean, that's how I've always said it. So if you're wrong, I'm wrong.
It's fine. If we're both wrong. Atia ate some dinner and watched The Ancient Magus Bride and got to page 45 in Immortal Dark. I need to read Immortal Dark.
Mm.
Heading to bed. Thanks for sprints. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for leaving me up for watch time. That's wonderful. I've got a little less than an hour left in Onyx Storm. Should finish during the next sprint. We'd love to see you. Nice. Hello, Jamie. I feel like it's been so long since I've seen you because I don't do Thursday sprints anymore. So I'm on the opposite like awakeness schedule now. Like I do sprints on Monday mornings instead of on Thursday nights now. So yeah. Read a chapter of my book, my mammalogy. Yeah, I think that's how you say it. I don't know. Textbook from undergrad and did some fact-checking research on DEI policy issues. Love some research. It's very productive. Way more productive than I'm going to be tonight because I'm just sitting here coloring, reading Shadow and Bone. And then when I'm done with Shadow and Bone, I'm going to start To Kill a Mockingbird. Also, I'm going to be real. I'm not going to do a 24-hour. I was going to do a 24-hour vlog. But here's the thing. I mean, I guess I still could do one. Here is why 24-hour vlogs never make it onto my channel. And by that, I mean 24-hour sprint vlogs.
Right.
They taken down to my channel, but because by the end of the vlog, I am so delusional that I'm like, no one wants to watch this. Like, you see the descent into madness. So if y'all really want a 24-hour sprints vlog, I will give it to you every month. But like, comment or something here and let me know if this is actually something that you want to see. Because here's the thing, I can make one. Like, it's really no big deal. Like, I will even start it and say, like, so sorry it started so late. We're, 6 hours into 24-hour sprints. And I'll talk about, like, what I'm reading and stuff. I just feel like by the end of it, I watched the end, like, 2 or 3 clips, and I am, like, delulu. Like, I'm so delusional by the end that I'm, like, I don't even make sense anymore. But I have done, like, 24-hour challenges, like where I set a timer and I, like, read for 24 hours.
To be honest, you kind of seem a little delusional at the end of those too.
I mean, I am, but not to the same extent because those I've slept.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, when I did it for, what was the last one I did? The last one I did was for Bucket Listathon. So, Brittany and I actually had the exact same idea. She just got hers out faster because then before I did. So, I was like, are you okay if I upload this? Because, like, our videos are literally the exact same concept. We both used the series version of it to finish series, like, it, and I think we both did 24-hour challenges. But I actually did stay up, but I did sleep for part of it. So, like, as opposed to setting a timer, I just said, okay, well, we're going to start at midnight and end at midnight. But I did sleep for, like, 1 4-hour block. Like, I think I was up for the first, like, 2 hours, and then I slept from, like, 4 to 7 or something like that. Because then Ari went to school. Because I purposely did it on a day when I knew Ari had school, so that a bulk of the video was filmed while she was not home. So I slept until she got up for school, and then I was up all day after that. But I still did have some sleep in there.
Right.
Because even with these, I tend to get a little bit of sleep. But I just feel like by the end, like, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm just like,
no, I get that.
Hello, friends. And, like, everything's funny to me by then. You know what I mean? Like, I've been up now, like, I've been up for 24 hours. So I'm just like, everything is hilarious, even though, like, there's nothing to laugh about. Okay. So, but these are the 2 books that I want to get done during the 24 hours. I just feel like this is doable because I'm almost done with Shadow and Bone. And, like, Kill a Mockingbird is only like 300 pages. 323 pages. And I have the audiobook for this. So it's not like I'm going to be reading. I mean, even if I read it with my eyes, I should be able
If I remember right, the audiobook is really I like the audiobook.
I'm going to be honest, I've never listened to the audiobook of this book. Every time I've ever read this book, I've read it with my eyeballs. So I'm actually really excited to experience it as an audiobook.
I remember liking it. I think I only read it with my earballs.
I mean, the first time I read this was in high school, and they didn't let us do.
I did not read it in high school.
You know what I'm saying? They were like, you must read it with your eyes, and you have a quiz. Read 5 chapters, and you have a quiz next class or whatever. Stupid.
Yeah.
This is the stupidest way to read. If you want me to read something, just hand me the book and say, go home and read this.
Yeah.
Don't tell me read 5 chapters so we can discuss it tomorrow. I mean, you could say so we could discuss it. But don't tell me to read chapters 1 through 5 so I can take a quiz, because I'm not going to read it.
No.
I'm going to get the, what were those called back in the day? Cliff Notes? That's what I used to
Cliff Notes, Spark Notes, whatever.
Yeah, because I don't want to read these, before Google there was Ask Jeeves or whatever.
I don't like being told what I have to read.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, if you say, hey, this is your assignment, go home, read To Kill a Mockingbird, I'll read it. But don't threaten me by saying, like, read 5 chapters so you can take a quiz tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
I don't care to take a quiz. Just let me read the whole book and give me a test.
Ridiculous.
Stupid. Hello, Beth. I've been silently here with my book since I have roughly 3 hours. So I'm going to try to stay up for that, but it is almost 11 here, so I don't know. Yeah, it is
Good luck, though.
midnight for me
Yeah,
at this
me too.
point, and I have 2 more hours before Aoife swoops in to rescue me.
I'm so sorry. I'm not going to make it.
It's fine. It's gonna get real boring around here and be real because like I'm not gonna have much to say. I'm gonna be honest. Like I am going to move a shelf up here. Ryan's probably watching this. He's probably like, "You're not moving that shelf," but I am going to move the shelf because the shelf is it's light. Like I know I can move it because I've moved it up and downstairs before, so I know I can move it. And then I'm gonna actually organize the books that I have already up here onto the shelf. I'm hoping that will get like the blood flowing.
That could work.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna find ways to stay awake. I'm also gonna make a coffee because I finally, after 1 week of having nothing but decaf coffee in my house, I finally have actual coffee. I
Oh my
know.
gosh, you're going to be
So
like
here's what
flying
happened.
high.
Here's what happened. So Ari likes to make my coffee because we have a Keurig.
Yeah.
She'll be like, "Mom, can I make your coffee?" So I'll be like, "Sure." So usually I'm very on top of like how many coffee pods of each type of coffee I have because I don't drink caffeinated coffee usually after like 2 p.m. Right? So I have 1 or 2, bless you. Usually I have 1 or 2 cups of coffee, like caffeinated coffee in the morning, and then I always want an afternoon coffee. So I started drinking decaf coffee. Actually, this started because I'm filming a Leandra vlog, like where I'm reading Leandra's favorite books, and she drinks decaf coffee in the afternoon. So I was like, let me be like Leandra. So I had bought this box of decaf, like specifically for this vlog. And then I was like, you know what? This actually helps me to sleep at night, like to do it this way. So, okay. So I started doing that. Well, I apparently ran out, and Ari didn't realize I had run out. I didn't realize I had run out. And I went in the kitchen like last week and I was like, I have no coffee. So in my head, I tried to like trick myself, right? So I was like, okay, well, I do drink soda during the day. I was like, so probably all my caffeine is coming from soda anyway, right? This is me trying to psych myself out. So I was like, really, I only drink coffee for the taste. I don't need the caffeine. And then I've wondered why I've had my migraines have been so bad for like the last week is because caffeine is something that my doctor actually has told me to consume to help my migraines. So I know that doesn't work for everybody, but it works for me.
Right.
So I realized that I've not had half of my caffeine intake for an entire week.
That'll do it.
And so I've been waking up almost every day. Like today was the first day I woke up without a migraine in like a week. And I could not figure out why I was having migraines because I was like, I'm still drinking soda during the day. Like, I don't understand what's happening. It's because because I drink 2 cups of coffee in the morning. So that's half of my caffeine. And then I usually drink like 1 can of soda. That's my caffeine for the day. Half your caffeine's been gone, girl.
Yeah.
So we can't ever run out of coffee ever again. That's probably why I've been so
amazing how it just all of a sudden like hits you and you're like, oh my God.
So Beth, honestly, I do decaf. I only really drink 1 cup of decaf in the afternoon. And it's just because I want like the taste of the coffee, but like not the caffeine that will keep me up. So, and honestly, the decaf that I buy, I think it's called like Donut Shop or something, but it's the same brand as my caffeinated coffee. So while there's a little bit like it's a nuttier coffee, like the aftertaste of it is a little bit nuttier than my regular like caffeinated coffee, but it still tastes fine. Like I still put the same amount of creamer in it, and I still enjoy like because I put enough creamer in my coffee. Like it does change color, of course, but like I use flavored creamer. So it's enough creamer in my coffee that I can taste the creamer, but it doesn't cancel out the taste of the coffee. Like I still want to be able to taste coffee.
Right.
I just also want it to taste like coffee, but not coffee. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
do.
I want it to like taste like a sweet treat, but also
Mhm.
still taste coffee.
Right. And
Hello.
especially with how cold it's been, like recently,
Right.
like I don't want a cold soda in the afternoon. I want like a hot
Right.
beverage.
Right. I am wonderful. How are you? Also, I am reading whatever this book is, Shadow and Bone by Lee Bardugo. And I'm going to be honest, I love Lee Bardugo. I just don't feel like this is going to be an author that I dislike. I know that Brittany did not like the newest Lee Bardugo. What is that called? The Familiar. I know she did not like that book, but I have to read that book this year because it's on my 12 Recs from 12 Friends. Also, it has my name in it.
Really?
And I don't mean like my legal name. I mean Neva is in it. And I only know this because Jan Agaton read this book last year and she sent me a picture of the inside of the book where my name was. And I've never seen the shortened version of my name in a book before. I've seen my legal name, for anyone who doesn't know, is Geneva, like the convention. And I have seen that in books. And then like
Yeah.
obviously we have authors like Geneva Monroe who writes dark romance. We have like Geneva Rose who writes thrillers, and she spells her name with a J, but Geneva
Right.
Monroe spells it the same way that I do with a G. But I've never seen the shortened version of my name in a book. And I was like, now I have to read this book.
I don't think I've ever seen the shortened
That's
version of your
crazy.
name in the book.
So I was going to read that book this year anyway, and then somebody gave it to me for 12 Recs from 12 Friends.
Nice.
And that's its own, that's gonna be that's its own vlog.
Mm-hmm.
That will come out at the end of the year. Because I'm giving myself till the end of the year to read all 12 books. But
Nice.
what are you reading, Monique? Let us know. I tell my husband if he wants me somewhat nice, I need coffee. That's the thing. I feel like this is why I've been so irritable this last week too. Is because I haven't had any fucking coffee. What's up, Ari? What? No, bro, it's late. Go to bed. I'll be down in a second to tuck you back in. Go potty and go turn a movie on. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've seen Geneva in books, of course, because like there are places called Geneva, like stuff like that. But I've never seen Neva in there. So
Yeah, that's cool. I like
I
that.
like the Six of Crows duology the best. I like the Shadow and Bones trilogy, but not as much. Yeah, I mean it's fine. Like I think I'll give it 4 stars. It's enjoyable. You know, we're finding out that like the person that you thought you were rooting for is actually evil, which we love.
You can sleep in that chair.
I don't know yet. Do you want me to come take a nap downstairs?
I want you to cuddle with me.
Okay, then I will come take when it's time for me to take a nap, which is not yet. I will come take a nap downstairs. Okay. Okay, but you have to go potty and you have to go lay down. You can go watch a movie. Okay, love you. Go potty those first, please. Thank you. Neva, I spat out my drink like the convention. Please tell me you introduce yourself that way. It is iconic. I actually do. And also when people ask me, like when you call like the doctor's office and they say, like, can you spell your name for me? I will say like the convention. Like when they're like, can you spell that? I'll be like, it's Geneva, like the convention. Oh, okay. And then they know how to spell it. So yes, I do that. I have done that since 7th grade. Because my 7th grade social studies teacher used to call me Miss Convention, which is not my name, but that was what he called me because he called everybody by their last name. So it was like Miss or Mr. by their last name. But I was Miss Convention because my name was Geneva. So, and I did not grow up. My family doesn't really well, my grandma does, I guess, but most of my family does not call me by my full name. I have like a family nickname, which is not Neva. It is Nevy, so just my name but with an I at the end. All of like my cousins still call me that, and it was easier for like the baby cousins to say.
Right. Yeah.
So, and I'm the oldest cousin out of everybody, so I also read the King of Scars duology last year, gave it 4 stars. So I own the entire Grishaverse. Like I own them all because they had them at Target for like 25% off, and I bought the entire thing in 2022. Yeah, 2022. I'm trying to think how old my nephew is because I bought them when we came home for his for the baby shower for his birth.
Oh, right.
And he just turned 2. So I bought them all in 2022 and then they just sat on my shelf. Like I never picked them up. So I was like, okay, you need to put Shadow and Bone on your 25 self-destruct because I knew that once I start this, it'll go on my spreadsheet, my series spreadsheet, and then I will remember to pick it up. But if I don't start the series, it'll never get read. So
Yeah.
I'm reading The Hobbit.
Is King of Stars part of the Grishaverse?
It is. So it's the Shadow and Bone duology or trilogy. There's
Trilogy.
3 books for Shadow and Bone. Then we have Six of Crows duology.
Okay.
And then the King of Scars duology. So it's King of Scars, and then I don't remember what the last book is called.
Okay.
But yeah, she did like a trilogy and then 2 duologies. But when I looked it up, because actually I didn't own Shadow and Bone. I owned all of them. I bought this later, actually.
Oh.
When I think about it. So I had bought all of them at Target except Shadow and Bone, not realizing that Shadow and Bone was the first book.
Mm.
So I had bought Siege and Storm, which is the second book. Because if I remember correctly, actually, I think I picked this specific copy up at Half Price Books.
Okay.
Because they didn't have this one. So I didn't realize that this was the first book. Right? Okay. And then, so I picked this up from Half Price Books after I had Googled and I was like, well, can I read? Because I'd heard a lot of people saying like, oh, Six of Crows, Six of Crows, Six of Crows. But I hadn't heard really anything about Shadow and Bone other than that it was a TV show.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I wonder if I could just read Six of Crows. But apparently, like, if you read them out of order like that, there's stuff that is spoiled for you from Shadow and Bone in Six of Crows.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
So I was like, well, I'll just read the whole thing. So then I had to just wait a couple days so I could grab Shadow and Bone. And I mean, then it never got read anyway, so it's fine. But it's fine because we're really because I'm making myself a spin for 2 25 and 2025 books. And then 1 self-destruct book and 1 12 Rex from 12 Friends book every month. So I'm reading The Hobbit, An Incident in the Life of a Slave Girl by Harriet Ann Jacobs. Wonderful.
Nice.
Second one is very heavy, so I think I'm only going to do 1 to 3 chapters a day. That's how I was with, what was that book I read last year?
I can imagine that would be a pretty heavy one.
I'm trying to think what the one was that I read last year that was super heavy, and it was an old book of the month book. That was the thing, is that I was like, you need to read your book of the month books because I have so many of them. They're just sitting here staring me in the face, and like I keep telling myself like, oh, I would love to do book of the month again, but then I'm like, girl, you ain't read half the book of the month books that you have. Why would you get more? Why would you do that? I know what the cover looks like because it has a black woman on the cover. It's like a yellow cover, but it was about like abortion and women's rights in like the 1950s, I think.
It wasn't Take My Hand, was it?
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Take My Hand. I read that last year finally, and it was so good. I gave it 6 stars. It was so good. But it was so heavy, so I had to read another book with it because I could only do like 2 or 3 chapters. Even listening to the audiobook, it would start to like really weigh on me, especially when they were doing like forced sterilizations and stuff. I was like, I can't.
Oh,
What is happening?
it was infuriating to read. Ugh.
And I cried so much listening to that book. Oh my God. I personally read Six of Crows first and had no idea. Yeah, I know a lot of people that did read Six of Crows first, but if I'm told to read books in a certain order, I will. Like some people, okay, so like for instance, like Sarah J. Maas, this is like a great example. So I have been told by some people that you should actually read Throne of Glass like it is the second series that she wrote and not the first. There are some people that swear by reading ACOTAR as your intro to Sarah J. Maas and then reading Throne of Glass. So technically I have read at this point in time, I've read the first 2 ACOTAR books. Those were my first foray into Sarah J. Maas, was the first ACOTAR book. Then I read the first Crescent City book. And then I've read all except the last 3 Throne of Glass books. Because the 6 and wait, how many Throne of Glass books are there? 8? Something like that. But anyways, 2 of them you read in tandem. Like there's a way to read them in tandem because they're the same timeline, like the same story, but different groups of people. And then the very last one, Kingdom of Ash, I need to read that. But I was looking at somebody's like suggested reading order, and they were also saying again to read all of ACOTAR, then read all of Throne of Glass, and then read Crescent City.
Oh.
But I'm like, why would I do that? Now, I'm wondering if it's because some people, like a lot of people that I know that, like personally that I know that have read Throne of Glass, say that Throne of Glass is better on reread. Like when you read it the first time, you may not love it as much as if you reread it. So I'm actually wondering if ACOTAR has some kind of like foreshadowing or something for things that take place in Throne of Glass. So then you can put it together. Because I know they all kind of interlock with each other.
Oh, okay.
But like it doesn't. Okay, and Monique is saying Throne of Glass first, then ACOTAR, then CC, which this makes sense to me because that's the order in which the books were written.
Right. And isn't Throne of Glass like
It's YA.
Yeah.
It's because
and
it was written in,
ACOTAR
like,
is not. Like she said multiple times that ACOTAR is not YA. Stop putting it in YA. So like,
and Crescent City is blatantly adult. So here's my thing. So I understand like that the universes kind of interlock. Like you don't necessarily have to read all of them, but if you do, you'll pick up on Easter eggs of things. But it just doesn't make sense that you would read, like if somebody was saying read these in this order, why would you tell me to read the second? I mean, if I choose to pick them up that way, that's fine.
right.
But
Yeah.
I think as like a person who does recommend books, I don't know that I would ever recommend to read them out of order like that.
Well, that's like the publishers that decided that they were going to start putting the first Lion, the Witch, and the like Narnia book as book number 2 because the prequel, like,
but just do it in the way that they wrote it. Now, here's the thing.
Yeah,
I do understand.
he wrote it as a prequel for a reason.
Now, I do understand that with with Throne of Glass, there's some debate about where you should read Assassin's Blade. Now, I personally read Assassin's Blade first because I just went off of the way that it comes in the box set. And in the box set, Assassin's Blade is book 1.
Okay.
But I know that there is some debate about whether you should read Assassin's Blade as book 1 or whether you should read it as like book 3, I think it is. And me personally, I will probably reread this series at some point, and I think when I do reread it, I will do it in what they call the Romantics order, which is where you read Throne of Glass first, and then Assassin's Blade is like book 3 or 4. Right? Here's the thing. I will on reread, we'll probably do it that way just to see, but I'm kind of wondering, and I've seen people say this, I'm kind of wondering how you have connection to Sam Cortland if you read Assassin's Blade as like the 4th book. Because Assassin's Blade is where we get, I mean, yes, it is a bind up of 5 novellas. They're prequel novellas, okay? So they are a little bit broken up because they're not a cohesive book. But Sam comes up throughout Throne of Glass. Right? So but I don't feel that I would have ever had a connection to him. Like I have a connection to him at reading Assassin's Blade as the 1st book because we're introduced to him, we know who he is, like all of that. I don't know that I would have a connection to him if I had read Assassin's Blade later on in the series.
So you're saying that you should read it first?
That's what I mean. As someone who's only ever read it first, yeah, because I don't know how else you would have a connection with Sam's character. He
Mhm.
would just be like a person in, because otherwise he's just like a person in Selena's past the whole time until you get to that book.
Mhm.
Monique said she read ACOTAR, then Crescent City 1 and 2, then Throne of Glass, then Crescent City 3. Here's the thing. I feel, though, that ACOTAR is pushed way more than Throne of Glass, because I actually thought that ACOTAR was the first series that Sarah J. Maas had ever written. I didn't know for like the longest time, which is why I read the first ACOTAR book before I started Throne of Glass, was because I didn't actually know that Throne of Glass existed.
Yeah, I know I've heard about ACOTAR way before I knew that Throne of Glass existed. But
Yeah, and she's
I've only
saying-
read the first ACOTAR. That's it.
Yeah, so Monique is saying that Sam was just like a sad dude who did the thing. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like, I feel like if you read the book the way Monique did, where she read it as book 3
Mhm.
with Assassin's Blade, then he's just like a person that Selena brings up once in a while. And then she said, but then when I actually read it, I was like, holy shit, whole perception of character shifted after Assassin's Blade. Like, I just don't feel like you would have a connection to him the way you do if you read Assassin's Blade first.
Right. But like,
I mean, I'm going to test it out when I do a reread of this series because I want to see if maybe I'm wrong.
right. Well, and going off of Narnia, just because that's the example that I've read, like the pushing the magician's nephew to the first book gives away this whole thing in in Lion the Witch and the Wardrobe.
It spoils things for you in Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Like,
which is
you need
why
to have that before you can read the magician's nephew. Like, you can't.
Right. Which is why, even though my box set does it's a newer box set, because I bought it as an adult. So it does have Magician's Nephew first. I never read the Magician's Nephew first when I read it.
Yeah, I would never even suggest that.
Because my grandma actually has my original box set, and I told her to keep it until she passes away, and then I'll claim it. But she has my original box set, and the first book in that is Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah, like
It's
there's a
Napoleon
reason he wrote that first.
Yeah, I think I did one time read The Magician's Nephew first on reread just to see, and I was like, I would never hand this series of books to someone and be like, read The Magician's Nephew first.
Right. Yeah. So I'm just like, why are publishers stupid? Like, why would they think this is okay to do?
And also, they didn't even make The Magician's Nephew into a movie.
Yeah.
Y'all started with The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We'll forever be salty that they decided to make The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe book 2.
Because The Magician's Nephew is slated as book 7 in the original. It's the last book in the original.
I mean, I don't know that it needs to be the last book, but whatever.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the first one for sure.
It's not the first book. It is not the first book.
Crazy. Oh my god. Okay, we have an hour and a half left.
I'm leaving you.
I know you're leaving me. I am not gonna finish this book before Aoife's thing. It's fine. I'm gonna be almost done. Like, I'll have like 40 minutes, so I'm calling it successful.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Amy, thank you for hanging out with me.
Thanks for inviting me. I love it.
Of course, you're always welcome. I mean, you're on the graphic. You know what I mean? So, okay. So Amy is going to leave us, I think. So you're just stuck with me for the last hour, which is fine because like we're gonna read for an hour, and then actually maybe I should do a longer one.
You could. You'd be less breakup, and then you can just like talk for whatever at the end, and
Maybe we'll do an hour, and I don't want to do an hour and a well, an hour and a half would take us. That would leave us with what, 5 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do an hour, and I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. Just clicking buttons. What is 75 minutes? Is that an hour and 15?
Yeah. Yes.
So
Because
let's
90 minutes is an hour and a half.
okay. So let's I can't math this late.
I teach English. I don't teach math.
Okay, we're gonna do an hour and 20 minutes. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do an hour and 20 minutes because then that'll give us enough time to talk at the end, and then we'll switch over. That's what we're gonna do. An hour and 15 is good. Yeah, we're gonna do an hour and 20 because then we'll have a small chitty chat time because you don't want to listen to me talk when I'm this tired. And then we'll go over to Eva's channel. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Amy, for hanging out.
Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna switch this to this. So cute. All right, and I will see everybody in 80 minutes. Hello, friends. So that was the last sprint over here on my channel. We're gonna go over to Aoife's. Here in a moment. Let me find where I stopped. All right, so I'm on page 300. So I have like less than 100 pages left at this point. Yeah, I have like 56 pages left, so I will finish this in Aoife's first sprint, probably. So thank God for that. I'm almost done with this, and then we're gonna move on to Kill a Mockingbird after this one. I do have to film a vlog update for this, so. Alrighty, Beth made it to 78%, and it is almost 1 in the morning. I won't finish tonight, but maybe tomorrow. That's perfectly fair. It is almost 2 in the morning for me. We have about 10 minutes before we go to Aoife's channel. So I did also put books on my shelf. I got my shelf up here, and I put books on it. So my special editions are across the top. Maybe I'll post like a picture to the like Instagram and over on my Discord, but I have my special editions up on the top, like on the top, and then I have my February TBR on the far left. I have some random books that need to be read this year on the far right, and then in the middle I have my the books that I own for my 25 and 2025. And then on the bottom shelves, I have my self-destruct books. And then there's just some book sleeves sitting on one of the things. I need to get new buckets for my 9 shelf because my buckets have been ruined by Ari, which is fine. She like steps in them and stuff. So I need to get some new ones. But yeah, that's what we have going on. Hello, little boy. Are you okay? Are you well? Okay, well, be careful walking down the stairs. So I have my books, at least for now, organized. I'm gonna have to get another shelf for sure. But yeah, and then I have all of my red books in a bucket because I'm gonna get an actual bookcase for those, for my books that are actually red that I'm keeping. Those are going on an actual bookshelf at some point. So okay, I don't really know what to talk about, and we don't have any more comments. So if you have something you want to talk about for the next like 10 minutes, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to end it here, and we're going to go over to Aoife's channel. Which, I mean, I guess we could do that because that would give y'all like 10 minutes to kind of like hang out and like get ready to transition. I just don't have anything to say. So I'm just like sitting here killing time at this point. But yeah, we're gonna go over to Aoife's channel. Let me actually really quick, I'll grab the playlist for you. Let's see if I can get it from here. Come on. Here we go. Good night, Beth. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, this is the playlist for anyone who wants it. If you click that, then you can click my stream or Aoife's stream. It'll take you through each stream as we go. If you follow the playlist, it will literally just deposit you into the next stream as it goes live. So you don't have to like redo anything. I know people that want to play for watch time on like their TVs or whatever will use the playlist because then it will automatically go to the next one, so everybody gets watch time. I will go in. I didn't do this. I'm so unprofessional. But I will go in and I will link everybody down below in my description. You're gonna have to. It'll be after the stream is over, but everyone will be linked in my description. All the hosts for this time, plus any other people that will be partaking in 24-hour sprints at some point. because there's a little group of us that are doing 24-hour sprints this year, as opposed to like last year where we had it kind of changed every month. So hello, Jean. I'm glad to see you still here. I thought you had gone to bed, but we love to have you. Watching Baby Daddy, wonderful. I'm probably honest. I'm going to finish this book in the next sprint on Aoife's channel, and then I'm probably going to take a nap because I'm feeling a little bit tired. And yeah, I won't sleep her whole time, but I will probably lay down for a little while and just take a little rest. Just close my eyes for a few minutes. Oh, Lord. But yeah, I'm going to update my vlog for this because this is actually going to be in 2 vlogs. It'll be in my Kindle Unlimited wrap-up vlog, or my KU clean-out vlog. It'll also be in my self-destruct vlog, which you won't see till the end of the year. And then I also have to throw it into my wrap-up vlog for January, since I did finish it before the end of the month. We're really on a roll, so that is great. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to end it here so you all can get ready. We only have about 5 minutes, so this way you can get ready to transition over to Aoife's. You are not rushing or anything like that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to end this stream here. So the playlist is here if you want that. So go ahead and follow that. And I will see you over on Aoife's channel. Oh, hold on. Glenda is still here. Hello. Got to page 178 in the Dark Maestro. I love to see it. So I'm going to end the stream here. We're going to go over to Aoife's channel and hang out there. So I will see you in about 5 minutes over there.